everyone, welcome.
Good morning, mic testing. Good morning, all. Welcome to the beautiful Tri City where you will be witnessing some stellar golf being presented. Live and presenting Nissan presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by the Chandigarh Golf Club. We've had the first two rounds being submitted and logged in, and the players who have made cut will be going through their rounds of 3 and 4 for the coveted title of the tournament, which is the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024. It's bright and sunny, and as we can see, the players on the first tee, Vikrant, Karandeep, and Ajitesh, two of the local stars, are in this three ball and are looking very cheerful and exchanging some pleasantries about before they get into the serious tournament mode on. Both Karandeep and Ajitesh are hailing from the Tri City and are multiple winners on our tour. So it would be exciting to watch what's happening. They'll be having serious fan following. So if you are in the city and in close vicinities, get your umbrellas out as the sun is up, and so are the players ready to go with their round three. A bit of an update about this golf club. Chandigarh Golf Club was designed a certain amount of years ago. I will get you the details about it. But what's more interesting is this is predominantly a hole, not the whole, the entire golf course favors a left to right ball flight. So anybody who makes a fade talk well will be doing well. So both Karandeep and Ajitesh have pretty strong ball flights. So won't be surprised if both these guys come out blazing from the very first hole. Vikrant likes to keep the ball flight a little low and more of a straight ball flight hitter. So I wouldn't be amazed if either one of these three will be putting up some very good numbers. Well, as the game is about to get underway for this trial, Angad Chima carded a 5 under 65 to move into joint lead after round two with Mysore-based Yashash Chandra, who also shot a 66, and the Italian rookie Michele Ortolani at 69. All three of them are tied at 11 under par for the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Corps. The prize purse of this event is a whopping 1 CR. So, after all the pleasantries have been exchanged, I won't be surprised if it's business mode on and each one for their own, as Karandeep has some last minute discussions before he is about to pull off the trigger. Seems to be have flared it just a fraction to the right. Oh no, it's fortune favors the brave. The kick is a little towards the left, and he should have a relatively simple shot for his approach shot. Now here's the first look at Ajitej Sandhu. Ajitej has not only won domestically but has a few titles internationally, even in Japan for that matter. He's set up the trail for Indian flag to be fluttered high in those that country, and let's see how he goes about his round three. Nice and easy finish, ever so elegant and rhythmic. Finds the middle of the fairway, puts himself in pole position for his second shot. A very daunting tee shot early up in the round for anybody who's beginning their round, because not only the length of the hole is substantial, it also moves dramatically from your left to the right, which makes it a fade dominant hole, with the out of bounds lurking very close in terms of the range of the golf course on your right side. You have to be very, very strategic. As you can see, both Ajitesh and Karandeep went with fairway woods, and Vikrant, ever so with his driving iron, would like to place this ball in the middle of the fairway. That's pretty much the goal for this particular tee shot. And he's done exactly as he would have intended. That ball is in the left half of the fairway, and will give him a very good look towards the flagstick. Wow, that narrowly evaded the whole. Akshay would be a bit baffled how that ball just somehow evaded the bottom of the hole, as he made a brilliant putt from that far out. Sometimes it becomes a little difficult to gauge the speed as one is coming out of the shadows, as we just saw Akshay put out from the shadow towards the sun where the flagstick is cut. So it makes green reading a little difficult. And here's the first look at Mr. Sivinder Singh Sisodia. Sisodia has been knocking on the door very close, even in the latter half of last season. So would be fun to watch him give it a good thump and make his charge towards the leaders who are sitting pretty at 11 under par. Wow, that's something which none of us expected Shivendra to miss out from that short a range. And what seems to be a mere formality for the big, strong Olympian Udyan Mane, but he's being extra careful. So anybody who's watching this, the amateurs, the club golfers, you have to realize no putt is a gimme putt when it comes down to playing a professional golf round. So you saw how diligent Udyan was and was very careful even for a mere what looks to be a 1 foot putt. So every stroke counts, every no matter how short or long the distance the ball has to travel. And here's the first look at Mr. Amardeep Malik hailing from Noida, rehearsing his practice swings, getting a feel of the lay of the land, getting the zone in. And back to Vikrant. Vikrant would have been sized up his distance and direction he would want this ball to launch off from that particular location. After a very good strategically placed tee shot by Vikrant, it should be very accessible flag position from him from that particular distance. Well, that's an excellent tee shot. Second shot from Vikrant, giving him a very makeable look for the very first hole on round three. He's placed his ball in a very easy location from where he'll be putting uphill. Now here's a look at Karandeep with his approach shot. Just narrowly missing out on the green. I guess the ball traveled a little fraction, a little left of what he would have anticipated, but nonetheless, he's got a very makeable chip and putt to save his par. I won't be surprised with the talents of Karandeep, how well he is with his short game, that he might pop that ball in the bottom of the hole with his chip shot. Now back to Ajitesh Sandhu. Very meticulous about his routine, Ajitesh, and has a very easygoing looking swing. Not a bad idea for people who are trying to pick up this game and start off to emulate this young man's swing. The tempo and the lines are very, very beautiful if you have had the opportunity to watch him up close. And he also has hit it just underneath the hole. Very realistic, makeable uphill putt coming from him. We are in the Tri-City just for safekeeping. When as we go up with the proceedings, we'll get to have a look at the periphery which the golf course shares with the governor's house and how you have to evade it because it's pretty much in play at a few holes. In fact, very much in play with the signature hole of this golf club. Now here's the first look at Akbar. Akbar is playing in the group of Amardeep and Sunit. Akbar sitting pretty at 7 under par would like to make a fast start to catch up towards the trailblazers in terms of the leaders, which is Angad, Mikhail, and Yashas. Akbar's hit it pretty much in the same vicinity of where Karandeep had hit his tee shot. As you can see, all the players are being very decisive and careful in choosing the club which they have picked up for this tee shot, as it is one of the tighter tee shots in this golf club, and it's always smarter to play it in a way where you find yourself in the short grass and leave yourself a clear approach shot. Well, the ball's in the middle of the fairway, but the expressions didn't say that. I guess sometimes the golfing gods are in our favor. The expressions what Amar gave were like he's not mistimed it, but from where the ball is, it's in a very good spot for him. Now, here's a look at the youngster Sunit. Sunit blazed his trail as his first win came in Chennai last season. He'll be looking to add to his tally. Well, all three are off, and we are getting you live coverage of round three of the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club. The rounds have just started. The leaders are gearing up to make a move and make a way for themselves, as we have three people tied in terms of the leader, which is Mikhail, Yashash Chandra, and Angad Chima. Angad, the only local lad amongst the three of them. And in close pursuit is Gaganjeet, who's at 10 under par, Sunit Bishnoi at 8 under par, and Rahil Ganji at 8 under par. So, as the day progresses, we'll see a lot of shuffles happening, people trying to make their way up towards the leaders trying to move away from the pack which they find themselves, as the trio are leading at the moment. Here's a look at Vikrant after that beautiful approach shot on the very first hole. Interesting to see Vikrant has is using what's called the long handle putter, and it has worked for him on the very first hole. That should put a spring in his step, as it's always good to walk off with a birdie on the very first hole. Sets a very good tone for the players as they make their way for the rest of the round. That live would suggest that he is in a very comfortable spot, and I was thinking he might chip it, but Karandeep has other ideas about it. He's got the flat stick out. Let's see if he can emulate the heroics of his playing partner and dial this one in. Had the correct line, I guess. Gave it a little less thump than it would have required, as he's come just a fraction bit short. Here you can see Karandeep again, how all these seasoned professionals are very meticulous and careful about even the shortest putt they're going to hit. Every stroke counts, and you cannot take anything for granted. You can see how meticulous Karn is being over that very simple 1 foot putt which is left for him. There it goes. He's off with a par, and onwards towards the reachable par 5, which is hole number 2. There you can see the seasoned Rahil Ganji trying to loosen up for his tee shot on the very first hole, and Akbar from the right half of the fairway is sizing up the distance. The device which you just saw Akbar hand over to his caddy was the Bushnell. The modern days of golf, the rules have changed. You can use Bushnells, which are yardage measuring devices, and make it a little simpler and very very precise to what distance you have to hit. But yeah, the new rules do allow you to use the Bushnell, but it has to be a non-slope addition. That much you have to figure out on yourself, but it's a very good welcome change, as it helps the players to know the precise yardage from exact positions where they have hit their tee shots, and also helps up speed the pace of play. I think he's trying to launch this ball way high and evades the tree in front of it. But before that, Amar's approach shot is on the way. In general, he is a very, very good ball striker of the golf ball. And as you can see from that far out, he has almost peppered the flagstick. Should have a relatively easy putt. And here's the second look at Akbar. Akbar has got to contend with that big tree in the middle of the fairway and the branches hugging from the right side. So he'll have to move this ball not only high but substantially from his left to right. But well, that action suggested something different. I think he's taken a long club and tried to run underneath that tall tree. And here's a look at Rahil Ganji. I guess Rahil's now Sunit from pretty much similar positions where Ajitesh was has a very good look at this flag stick and looks to be in the middle of the green. So no harm, no foul from that far out. Sizable putt left for him to make his birdie. Well, after the completion of 2 days of first 2 days of the tournament, the cut was declared at even par, which is 144. 60 professionals cut out of the total field of 126, which means 123 professionals teed it up, including three amateurs. So 60 players have made the cut, and here's a look at Rahil trying to stay loose and active for his tee shot. Rahil has been the torchbearer for Indian golf in for so many years, be it in America, Europe, or Japan. Extremely talented man, recovering from has recently recovered from his injury and is back into top notch. He's been knocking on doors so regularly that it's just about a matter of time when he breaks through again. All of season, last season, beginning of this season, Rahil has been in and around a couple of second positions. Won't be surprised if this is his week. And in the background, we have our PGTI staff, Mr. Jay Sharma, cheering up his favorite players, is what it appears to be. That's prime position by Rahil. No doubt, after seeing him up close for so many years, doesn't miss hit or miscue any tee shot or second shots. It's just amazing to see how free and sublime that golf swing is. And the man from Bangalore, Mr. Khalid Joshi, multiple winner on the Professional Golf Tour of India, is up and ready to go for his tee shot on the very first hole of the Chandigarh Golf Club. Think he has flared it a little to the left. I think this is the first time I'm seeing Jaiprakash Sharma being so interested in what's happening on the first hole. And here's a look at Gaganjeet Bhullar, who sits pretty at 10 under par, one shot behind the leaders. Gaganjeet has so many international wins that if you start counting them, you'll need more than two hands to calibrate them. Local lad, superstar player, and a very cool and collected customer when he's going about his business. So there you have it. All three, Gagan, Khalin, and Rahil, have also teed off, and it's time for our leaders to get up onto the pedestal and showcase their medal. As Sunit, from a fair bit out on the very first hole, has left his third shot, which was his putt on the first green, substantially short than what he would have liked. There you have the caddy and the player discussion happening, where I would believe that they thought that the ball would come out a little hotter than they expected. Now, Amardeep Malik, after that beautiful approach shot from the back half of the green, would be looking to make amends of the distance that is between him and the hole. Has given up a beautiful whack, and yes, that's a beautiful putt from that far out. So there are some birdies out there to be collected on the very first hole, as both Vikrant and Amardeep Malik showcased. That's a very good start by Amar and Vikrant, as they've birdied the very first hole and have got their engines revving at top speeds. So there will be some serious charges mounted by the players chasing the leaders. We'll just have to wait and watch how the leaders go about. Now, Akbar, from what would seem to be about roughly about 6 feet for his par attempt. I guess that ball broke a little extra than what he anticipated. Now, what's interesting is to look at that Sunit after that birdie putt has a sizable par attempt. And if you look, what Sunit is doing is he's trying to tap maybe a spike mark or something which is there. The new rules of golf, yes, they do allow you to even clean out your line of putt. Previously, that was not the case, but now you are allowed to do that under the rules of golf. Nicely done. That was more of a sign of a relief for the young man, as we have Gaganjeet trying to punch that ball towards the center of the fairway. I guess that tee shot was a little errant than he would have liked it to be. But you have in your screens Rahil in pole position in the middle of the fairway, and Khalin also in a bit of a spot of bother, as he's further inside the tree lines. Let's hope he has a clear line and a clean swing towards it, because from the looks of it, it might be in some serious trouble. Well, that ball came out with serious speed, so that's beautifully done by Cullen from being in a very difficult, tight spot. It was, I would have thought he would been punching it out like exactly like Gaganjeet did, but I guess he went for the more dicey shot, and it has paid dividends as he finds his ball on the putting surface. And here's a look at Rahil from the middle of the fairway. That's a very, very good approach shot by Rahil. Leaves himself for an uphill putt. Really makeable uphill putt. There you have it, Gagan, after his punch shot from the left hand side of the fairway, getting his bushel out to get that pinpoint yardage for that third shot, which is in front of him, and I won't be surprised if he knocks it right next to the flagstick. Very nicely done. So that would leave him with his par attempt, and knowing how well Gaganjit putts, won't be surprised if he also makes it and walks away with a par. Well, the tournaments which the Professional Golf Tour of India brings your way are co partner or co-sponsored by a lot of companies, and the tour partners for the Professional Golf Tour of India is Nissan, Bisleri, Electroplus, Fruitnik, Rolex. And the tour partners are Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Designs. There's the look at the very big trio of Angad Chima, Mikhail, and Yashas M. Chandra, all raring to go and put a very good start in front of them, as all three of them are tied at 11 under par. Either one of them would be looking to break out of that logjam of being at 3 under par. Sorry, at being at 11 under par, and set the tone for the day. Well, all these beautiful live feeds are being brought to you by the big media giant AVP. Big shout out to them for coming on board and supporting professional golf, and giving you live coverage of all the tournaments which are being aired and being played all around the country in different locations. You can also catch us on different platforms using the hashtag handles of Professional Golf Tour of India or AVP and even Eurosports. So, in case you're wondering what's happening on your screens, I guess there is a bit of a delay, as the tee box on the right hand side where Rahil and Gaganjeet were looking around is right next to the signature hole, which is the seventh hole on this venue. Now, Kalin Joshi, after that very good approach shot from inside the trees, has that putt left. And here's a look at one of our leaders, Mr. Yashas M. Chandra, going with a driving iron, has placed it in the middle of the fairway, and so is Mikhail. Mikhail also choosing the more percentage play of just placing the ball in the middle of the fairway. Yeah, Mikhail has also placed himself in pole position for this. And here's a look at the superstar from the Tri City, Angad Chima. One of our leaders would be raring to go and has selected what looks to be a three wood. Well, the local knowledge will come in handy, as this happens to be his home course also. So Angad would know every nook and cranny of this golf course and would like to use that to his advantage. Sitting pretty at 11 under par, off he goes. All three bunched up right next to each other, showcasing how well they've been playing for the first 2 days. And here's a look at Rahil from what would seem to be about a 15, 16 footer for his birdie. Now you can see the leaders who have taken off, and all the players are up and running. We just saw the tee shots of all these three players with Mikhail Yashas going with their driving irons, but Anga Chima with his fairway metal. All three have placed themselves right in a very close vicinity of each other, showcases how well they've been playing throughout the week, and we would be eagerly waiting to see what happens and who breaks off as the sole leader of this event as the play transforms. And Khalin has left his par putt a sizable distance from that far out. Ah, that'll be painful after that excellent shot which he hit from middle of those trees.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Now here's the first look at the second hole. Vikrant seems to have a bit of a downhill putt for himself. I wouldn't be surprised if it's his eagle putt, as he's a very good ball striker, and this is a reachable hole for somebody who hits it as far as he does. One of the few players who goes with those long handled putters, they call it the broomstick putter. I mean, there are various names for it, but I would like to call it the broomstick putter. Just somehow missed out on the read of that hole. Now, here's a look at the leaderboard and their scores. Angad, Yashas, and Mikhail at 11 under par have hit their tee shots and would be setting up on their approach shots. Here you can see how closely they are bunched up on the very first hole. Well, this event, which is being showcased to you on your screens live, is supported by the tour partners of PGTI, which is Rolex, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Nissan Motors India Private Limited, Bisleri, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, and Golf Design India. Here's a look at the approach shot from Mikhail. Mikhail seems to have flared it a little further than he would have liked on to the right side, but no harm, no foul, as that ball's on the dance floor, which is the putting surface, and not too far away. Now, the man from Mysore, Mr. Yashas M. Chandra. Yashas, in general, likes to move the ball in all the directions. One of the only few players I have had the opportunity to play with who can move the golf ball at will pretty much from both directions, from right to left and left to right. There you can have him trying to give himself that visual feeling of how the ball's going to go. See, that hand gesture suggests that he's trying to move more of a right to left ball flight towards the left tucked in flag, which would be a very smart percentage play. So these professionals don't leave anything for chance. There you have it. His approach shot has taken off, and some very good camera work, and that is a stellar shot by Yashash on the very first hole in a very close proximity to where Rahil had hit his approach shot. And now for the local lad Angad sizing up his approach shot. Won't be surprised if it's as close or even closer to where Yashas has hit it. Angadin generally likes to player draw and has got a very high ball flight, which helps in getting the ball to stop very quickly, as you just saw on your screens. Pretty similar lines. Yashash would get a very good read of Angad's golf ball. So yeah, a big shout out to all these tour partners, which is Tata Steel, Rolex Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Nissan Motors India, Bisleri, Golf Plus Monthly, Drive, and Golf Design India. Professional golf would not be possible without sponsorships, and these are the big brands, big giants, which have been in and around to support professional golf in India. And a big shout out from and on behalf of all the players, acknowledging the support from these big brands. The leading Indian professionals who made cut are Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, Gaganjeet Bhullar, SSP Chaurasya, Manu Gandas, Rahil Ganji, Rashid Khan, Abhinav Lohan, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Chika Rangappa, and Karandeep Kocher. And these are just a few. Uh, these names tell you that how big golf is in Chandigarh and how interesting it is for all the youngsters to come out and see live action being played in the home club and enjoy and learn from these superstar players. And here's a look at Akbar's third shot, what would appear on the second hole. Yeah, that's the more smart percentage play, keeping it in the middle of the green and not a very lengthy birdie putt, what would appear for Akbar coming on the very second hole. Not only the Indian superstars, there's a bit of mix of the international flavor also, as Mikhail Ortolani from Italy and Sri Lanka's N. Thangaraja alongside Bangladesh Zamal and Badal and Akbar are the few international players who made cut and will be raring to go and perform prolifically for their respective nations. So, a bit of a mixed bag of international flavors in the Tri City of Chandigarh, and one of them is Mikhail, who is our joint leader at 11 under par and at the moment is on your screens. There you have Mikhail from Italy, and this is what is his birdie attempt also coming up short. So we've seen a lot of players coming up short from that particular distance. Seems to be the case that the greens are playing a few tricks of their own. I guess it's looking a little quicker than what it appears to be. I don't think that'll be a question which Angad will not have the answer to, as this is his home course. He knows it in and out, and he's already posted some very, very good numbers over here in the past. So let's hope that his flagstick is going to behave and give him the desired results. All right, that's a very good fast start by Angad on the very first hole. So we have someone standing alone at the top for the moment, as we have Angad Chima, who has made birdie on the very first hole for the day for himself of round three and could possibly be the sole leader at 12 under par, unless Yashas has something to say about that move by Angad and can reply with a birdie of his own. He would have got a very, very good read out of Angad's putt. And I won't be surprised, as Yasha's not only is a very good putter, but after that read, I won't see him miss this putt. No, I guess that ball did not do the desired result for him. And for the moment, Angad has broken through out of the trio of 11 under par and sits pretty at the top of the leaderboard at 12 under par. Well, very early days, but brilliant start by Angad, the local Tri City superstar. Angad would be looking to up his tally of trophies and take this one home also. Now, that's a little unique way of putting by Mikhail, where he has the left hand grip sticking right next to his forearm, and that'll be a sore start for him. Three putt bogey. So he's trending not in the desired result what he would have expected, but nonetheless, Angad is broken through at 11 under par, and it's time for the chasing pack to gear up. As we can see the intent from Angad Chima that he is looking to make a lot of birdies. All right, so two practice strokes for Amardeep on the putting green, and he's hoping that he gets the desired result with the third attempt, which would be the actual stroke for him. And wow, you can see that expression of the player saying that half a roll more and it would have done the trick. Well, that happens a few times. We do not get the desired results. That's why I guess we have 18 holes, different directions, different designs to get it a little better the next time. Now here's a look at Sunit. What would appear to be his birdie putt. Well, the distance is not much, and from if my memory serves me right, this ball breaks a little left to right on him. So maybe left out and a little firm. Yes, he's done it. He's hit it firm enough and has made what would appear to be a birdie on the second hole for him. And here's a look at the superstar, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh, the torchbearer of Indian golf for so many years. Jeev sir also hails from this Tri City, and here's a look at Rahil's second shot on the second hole. And wow, that is a very, very beautiful shot, and it's even getting better as the moment, using the slope of the green to get that ball closer and closer. Can't stress upon the importance of putting the ball in play on this golf course, as it's not only lengthy, but the greens have serious contouring which the players have to contend with. But in this case, Rahil made perfect use of it. And there you have it. Even Kalin Joshi trying to use the contours didn't get high enough for that ball to trickle as close as Rahil's has. But from the angles and the length of the shots, what they have hit from, it would definitely be appearing to that it's their second shots and they have eagle putts coming up. Let's see what Gaganjeet has to say after that. Gagan also finding the middle of the green. All three balls are in extremely good positions to attempt for their eagle putts. So, as we had suggested, the players are itching to go up and getting their scores into deep reds. and all three second shots of that group suggest nothing else. Now that's the boundary wall what I was talking about on the signature hole seventh. That is the residence of the governor. So you have to contend with it and be very careful that you do not hit an errant shot and your ball ends up in that location. That's Sandeep Singh cleaning up for what would be his birdie or par attempt. We'll soon get to know. Now, the long walk from that far out for Khalin, Gagan, and Rahil after those brilliant second shots which they have hit. And it's interesting to watch that the pace of play is being maintained as you just saw that golf ball coming in the middle of the fairway from the group behind them. Pace of play is something which is very, very important and very closely adhered by all the players, because if not so, the tournament director Sampachari will help you out and make you understand why and how important it is. Not pace of play not only makes sure that the players are playing at a given stipulated time frame, but also ensures that nobody is taking undue advantages in terms of time being wasted or holdups happening. As you can see how fast the group behind them has launched their ball in the middle of the fairway. For the people who are tuning in now, we are getting you the live coverage of the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024 by the Chandigarh Golf Club. It's the sixth event on the PGTI calendar and holds a whopping prize purse of 1 CR. It not only holds a substantial sums of money, but it also holds substantial amount of world ranking points, which help the cause of all the players in improving their world ranking status. Well, a bit of interesting news for all the players all the viewers who are tuned in is I'll just get back to that after we see Cullen's eagle attempt coming up. Wow, that would have looked so nice from behind as the ball was tracking all the way. Comes up maybe a roll and a half shot. Mere formality for him to tap in for that birdie. And Rahil, after that read, would be really, interested and licking his chops to make that putt. Well, it was good for the distance part, but I guess a bit of a extra break the ball took, which was not intended by Rahil's attempt. Nonetheless, a very small birdie putt left for him, uphill birdie putt in the vicinities where we just saw Sunit Basnoi power it through. And now it's Gaganjeet who would be looking to make his eagle attempt. Well, that was a brilliant putt by Gaganjit. Somehow it broke a little extra than he would have intended. Also, a very small tap in as he moves on for his birdie attempt, and is now Rahil who is going to contend with that what appears to be a 3 foot putt. I guess he would be trying to follow suit on Sunit's profile, where he would rather want to hit it a little harder so that there is no chance of extra break happening over there. Now, here's a look at Yashas from that far out on the second hole. There you have Yashas again trying to visualize a shot, this time the other way out, which would prefer a fade. Let's see how his ball fares after that approach shot from him. That ball definitely seems to be moving left to right. It just needs to get up a few legs, and unfortunately has flared it to the right side. Would have He's left himself with a tricky up and down, but the short game skills which Yashas possesses, I won't be surprised if he makes it look very, very simple. To all the viewers who are joining us, a warm welcome from the Tri City as we are airing and presenting you the round three of Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Course. I am Aditya Chauhan, your commentator for the round three and round four, joined by Mr. Rakesh Rao, very, very reputed, respected journalist for years. I guess he's been doing it since I was in the making of being a human. So, welcome, sir.
Well, a very warm welcome to you and a big thank you. You know, I mean, I'm actually, like welcoming you in my little world, where I mean, of course, having watched the game for years, it's a very new role for me, and I'm quite excited about this. And coming to talk about this particular course, I mean, I know that this is a long hitter's delight. Every time you see, Chandigarh golfers coming to the fore, making it to the domestic scene, you see a lot of them are trained here. Not necessarily Chandigarh, but also Kapurthala and other places. But then, yes, Chandigarh Golf Club has produced a lot of long hitters, and that's what I expect to see today all day.
Yes, that's some sound words, as long hitting is definitely loved and liked by all, but you have to be precise. And Angad Chima, the Tri City lad who's broken out from the trio of 11 under par and put himself at 12 under par, goes about saying that Angad has serious length. And not only does he have serious length, his putter is up and hot. So
Yeah.
watch out for him.
Yeah, like any of these big hitters, like I mean, be it say somebody like Jeev or Bhuller or anybody, I mean, who has been from this part of the world, the day their short game is working, the day their putter is really hot, you see some really low scores. So there is SSP Chaurus here.
Yes, SSP, one of the star torchbearers of our country, is trying to stay loose, as not only has he represented the country in different tours, he's also represented India in the Olympics. So he knows a thing or two about how to go about his business, and eagerly await how he goes about his round. As the leaders are walking up towards the second green after their approach shots.
Well, talking about Chaurasia, I mean, he's a two-time Indian Open champion. And the way he won it in say 2016 and 17, uh, I mean, that was not expected, to say the least, because again, as we say, he doesn't have a long, I mean, like he's not a long hitter, not known to do that. But the way he consistently lays up and, very measured, shot making. So he's quite an exception to all these Punjab hitters that you see, all these burly characters going around hitting the ball, smacking it really, 300, 340 yards. And here is our friend. I mean, he knows his stuff. He knows his game, truly.
Yes, wise words, as we will get to witness some, hopefully, short game brilliance by the Mysore based Yashas M. Chandra. Yashas, after flaring out his approach shot on the second hole, has way less green what it appears to be. But I think the lie is good enough for him to go the aerial route and stop it before his ball crosses the hole. So eager breaths await what would be the desired intent by the man and the subsequent result to that.
Yeah, he'll have to really hit a measured shot here because the pin is too close to the first edge. And luckily, he's just, I mean, he didn't hit a little too hard. He would have found himself in the like green side bunker, but just a bit lucky there.
There you have Mikhail being a little adventurous with his chip shot. The good part about that chip shot is that it's not very far off of the hole, and he's left himself with an uphill birdie attempt.
That's a fair shot.
Yeah, that's brilliantly done. It would have looked really good while that ball was traveling towards the hole.
Yeah.
Well, Angad, what seems to be either just on or just off the green, has elected to go with the flat stick. A sizable putt coming up for him, but the good part of it is that it's all the way downhill, so he'll be sorted and covered in time in terms of speed. All he needs to do is gauge the break, and for someone whose home course happens to be this venue, I won't be surprised if he pops that one in.
Yeah, let's hope that he gets it right. It's quite a long one. Has he left it too short? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to bite my own words, as that's the one thing I thought would be aiding him, as it's more of a downhill putt for him.
As I say in golf, never up, never in. So you have to at least make sure that the ball reaches the pin at least. You can't be playing it too safe.
Yeah, never up, never in is a motto which pretty much every professional golfer wants to follow, as it increases your percentage of making a shot. Well, I had the opportunity to play with Mikhail in the beginning of this season, and he's got some those very good distances off the tee, and that should definitely help him in this particular golf course,
Yeah.
as it's got substantial amount of length to itself.
There you are.
Extremely well done by the young man from Italy, who is also the rookie of this is one of the rookies of the season, and would be looking to step up and make his mark on the his international soil and our domestic soil, and make a mark on the professional golf tour of India.
And also, since the Order of Merit winner gets to play on the European tour, the DB World Tour, so a lot of foreigners we could see taking this route, coming to India, trying to do well here, and get that lone spot up there. So that's quite a possibility. So let's expect a lot more overseas guys to come here, and let's see if we Indians also try to match up to them. And it's not necessary that those guys are better, but then a lot of these domestic tour regulars find it a little difficult when they play with overseas partners, be it their upbringing or whatever. But then it's good that we have opened the doors for all these overseas competitors.
Yeah, very good second part from Angad, making amends of that first part, which he left way short than he would have liked to. And Angad is setting a blaze on the golf course as he would now move to 13 under par. So he's keeping 1 foot ahead of everybody as Yashas has this to clean up for his birdie attempt. Brilliant up and down from very tricky spot for him. Well, as the day progresses, we have a few players who are making their move upwards towards the leader. None better than RN Rupa Anand for the moment, as he is 3 under par for a stretch of only 6 holes which he's played. So he's trending in the right direction towards the leaders. And there you have a cleanup putt from Mr. Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida. Very hard-working stalwart on tour. He also happens to have the course record, if I'm not wrong, at this venue, which is at 8 under par.
All right.
I remember because I've seen it on his bedside
All right.
drawer. It's right next over there.
Super.
Here's a look at the signature seventh hole, the par 5 seventh. Very, very tricky hole. You got to be very, very measured in all the strokes which you play on this hole, as it gives you no sign of breathing space while you're playing that hole.
Is it something like the 16th on the DGC, a dog like right kind of stuff, where you don't get a clear sight of the pin from the tee box?
Yes, absolutely. It is somewhat like that, but the amazing part of this hole is it's very, very narrow and has out of bounds lurking on the right hand side.
All right. Okay.
Also, a bit of a bodyguard standing in the middle of the fairway is the tree which
Okay.
you have to evade
Clear. Yeah.
off the tee shots.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
some
That's
great.
really tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, this and now if you see that cart path which is moving alongside
Yeah,
is
yeah.
where generally players would look to lay up from
Yes.
their second shot.
Yeah.
So this hole has serious teeth. As you can see, the approach shot coming up from the Olympian Udayan Mane on the second hole. Sorry, not the second hole, on the sixth hole. You got to be very precise on this hole, not only on the tee shot, as there is water on the left hand side, but also with the approach shot, as it's an elevated tiered green, and he's hit a very, very
Very
good
nice
shot.
Precise.
I guess there is a reason why he's represented the country
Yeah.
in the Olympics, and
Olympics,
he
yeah.
is showcasing that.
And I'm sure his kind of play would suit this kind of course as well, because I mean, this suits him. You know, the way he kind of muscles his shots most of the time. You see, him really going for it.
Yes, that's the true nature how he goes about
Yeah,
playing about his business,
yeah.
and I wonder why Shivendra Sishodia is trying to hit his playing partner. Akshay, on a lighter note, just having some jokes and fun time happening around, which you get a lot in this sport, as the actual hitting window is a second or even less, but the walks in between are the true test of a man's nature. There you have Aryan, Abhinav Lohan, and what would be an attempt from a fair bit out on the seventh hole.
The placement of the pin looks quite tricky here. It hasn't left you with much, really.
Yes, the seventh hole is, as it is, a tricky hole, and Mr. Chari is also having fun with the players with that pin position.
Yeah, looks like it.
Having said that, all week, every day when the tournament's being played, we have six pin positions, which are six difficult pin positions, six moderate pin positions, and six easier pin positions being set up. So, having been playing for years, I've seen how Mr. Chari is. He gives you ample opportunities to make birdies, but also tests all aspects of your games. As Aryan misses out on his what would appear to be a birdie attempt. That's an interesting chip coming up for Mikhail on the third hole. He's short sighted himself on the left hand side of the green, and that ball does not appear to be sitting up in a simplistic way.
Yeah, another thing, he'll have to really control this one. He'll have to, I guess he's just looking to pitch it right and see.
Yeah, this would seriously
There you
substantial
are.
amount of run in
There
it.
you are.
Yeah, and
Yeah, he's
he's
played it
show
safe,
yeah
actually.
he's played it well, and he's showing why he's at 10 under par, or maybe at 11 after he buried that hole. He would have bounced back after that unfortunate three putt bogey on the very first hole.
Par for the day, right?
Yes, it would appear to be the case. Well, Abhinav Lohan has fast tracked his round by making four birdies in a stretch of six holes. Abhinav Lohan coming up fresh from his win at the recently played Gujarat Open at the very beautiful Glade One Golf and Country Club.
Yeah, Abhinav is clearly making a charge. He's got what, four birdies in the space? I mean, in the space of five holes. Amazing.
A
There
mere
you go.
cleanup for Yashas as he makes his way towards the fourth tee. Interesting way by Mikhail by when he the way he tries to read the putt. I haven't seen this approach in a while. Mikhail has those little different setups with his putting where he has the grip lodged all the way up to his forearm, and the right hand comes up to cover it up. Not the standard way of going about
Yeah.
it, but The scores suggest that he knows a thing or two about that putting grip and that
Absolutely.
putting stroke, as he finds himself at 11 under par and is just two shots away from the leader, Angad Chima, the Tri-City superstar. Angad would be looking to make a run, which he's already making, and up the tally of the trophies which are sitting on his mantelpiece. I remember the very first time he won, we were all the way down into Sri Lanka, and we were playing a different format though. It
Yeah.
was a point-based format where you get points for birdies, eagles,
Okay.
and pars also,
Mm-hmm.
which had negative marking itself.
All right.
So I remember Angad putting up. Oh wow, that's an amazing shot from. I don't know the player from this far out, but great shot, equally good camera work. A hole out eagle, what it would appear to be on the signature seventh hole. So that's one way of playing the hole.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. It couldn't have been any better. I mean, from that angle, of course, he
Yeah,
just pulled it off.
perfectly hit. A little left to right to left spin. I guess that.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
There's a good chance that is C. Muniappa. Yeah, that's Rashid, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
and
looks like
Sachin
Rashid. Yeah.
alongside playing with him, and Muniappa, a prolific player, rather unfortunate, struck by a series of back injuries, which
True.
took him at bay for a while after that brilliant Indian Open win at
Yeah.
DLF.
True.
Wow. Oh, Rashid in general is a very aggressive player, and he just showed why so. He's extremely surprised how that ball did not find the bottom of the hole after
Yeah.
that beautiful chip shot.
Yeah.
Made it look so simple for the viewers, but
Yeah.
this is a very
It's
tricky
a
chip shot from that
tapping.
far out,
Yeah.
as the green is a little elevated, and when the green is a little elevated, it's never easy to chip and be certain about the amount of release the ball will
Yeah.
have after it drops.
That's a good putt. Very steady. So we've seen some amazing shot game on the seventh. The key to playing this hole is the approach shot, because if you don't get that right, reaching the green in regulation becomes a problem. So far, we've seen most of the top-notch golfers have got it right. Yeah, I can continue. The man whose putter is really hot on this day, looking for his fifth birdie of the day, just misses it by a whisker. He had read the line right, the length was good. Now a tap in. As far as the leaders are concerned, if there's one man who's lurking around, is Abhinav, and they will be keeping an eye on the leaderboard because he's the one who's got four birdies over five holes, and he just missed one. So his game is in order. Chima, of course, has opened a two-stroke lead at the top at minus 14. He's 14 under. Of course, there's plenty to play for, plenty of holes to play, and just misread that a bit. Just left himself with another tap in.
Yes, Jairaj, one of the southpaws of our country, has recently broken into the winner circle as he won in the beginning of this year. I'm forgetting which golf course that was, but big surprise to see a fellow professional in terms of the WGI member Neha Tripathi been doing the caddy work for a player. I just want to know who that is. Nia herself is a multiple winner on the WGAI,
Yeah.
so it's good to see fellow professionals coming out and supporting and helping and aiding the men's tour pros.
Yeah, that's a nice sight. I mean, in the past, I remember Amandeep Johal being accompanied by a lady, German lady, on the on the bag. So it's a rarity in India. We don't see that very often.
Yeah, true. And here's a look at the superstar torchbearer of Indian golf, Ajitesh Sandhu, lining up for his approach shot on the tricky sixth hole. He's put himself in pole position after that tee shot. The ball ran out a little more than you would have expected, but as you can see on the screens, the flagstick is peppered by his playing partners as they've hit some excellent approach shots on this hole.
Absolutely. We're going to see some neat job on the green, and let's see who gets it right because they've done all the hard work.
Yes, both Karan, Deep Kochar, and Vikrant's ball are very close vicinity to the flagstick, and they will be looking to pounce on that opportunity and make birdies on the tricky sixth hole.
Karandeep had a decent start to the Indian Open last week, barring the last hole, last day. I think he had a decent outing.
Yeah, Karan has a bag full of titles under his name on the domestic tour. Matter of time as he would have done the similar thing in his career, as in winning internationally. Karandeep is one of those few stars in the making in the international cadre of our professional tour of India's young players who are making and venturing out into different tours. And here is a Saptak from the back of the green on the ninth hole. Ninth hole is a bit of a tricky hole as it's got three different tiers on this green, and you got to be very careful of the tee shot as it's a very narrow margin where you have to place your ball from the tee shot. So the advantage he has that it's a little downhill, so speed department would help. But as in every time I'm saying that, I'm having to bite my own words. I guess he gave it a little too much respect for the speed part of it because it was tracking towards the hole.
See, with the speed of the greens being 7.4 on the stimp meter, I'm really surprised that I think a lot of these domestic regulars are, instead of getting it right more often than not, they're, I think, going for the safety first approach.
Yes, that seems to be the case. A little caution thrown towards the speed department. I remember I was playing with Saptak in Booty Masters this year, all the way down in Telangana, and he was putting it lights out. Very, very talented youngster and a very, very good putter. I mean, after, it was a while after I've seen somebody putt so good. I was telling him in that, and I got to soon realize why that's the case because after the round, he spent good about 2 hours on the putting green doing his drills and everything. So the red figures which you see on your screens are sheer hard work and discipline, which all these players put and is not highlighted enough.
Of course, Aditya, it's like it has a lot to do with the work which you do during off season and on the course. And of course, golf is one such sport where practice, is paramount. No matter how talented you are, how good your reading is, but you have to put it all together over those 4 days.
Yeah, that's very wisely said. And Karandeep was a little not happy with that expression and the putt which he hit because this is his home course at the end of the day and he knows it better than most.
Yeah, true.
But it so happens this game is always a roller coaster, never a flat line.
Yeah.
So all of those who've played it even maybe a handful of times would understand what we're talking about. No matter how much hard work you've gone and put in, there is a certain amount of luck involved in it, and sometimes you need that luck to favor your roundness so that you can post up big red numbers. And here's a look at Vikrant after that beautiful shot. His flat stick has done the rest of the job for him as he walks off with a very comfortable birdie on the sixth hole.
I mean, how comfortable are the Indians when the speed of the greens is around 7.5? Is this the kind of speed that they are comfortable with?
Not really. So, I guess the comfort factor for the professionals on our tour is coming up at a vicinity of 9.5 or 10, as that's the speeds which we are regularly attuned to playing at. Because if you look at how the golf courses how are being, immaculately done, the speeds. I remember playing two events this season, and the speeds were in the closer vicinity of 12, 11, 11.5 in windy conditions.
That's crazy.
So that's
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो तुम कहाँ पे हो
Bisleri, drink it up.
playing conditions a very true test of how the players have prepped up and been going about their business. So mostly if the greens are in a close proximity of 9 to 10 is where we would see most of the players get comfortable with. Here's a look at the approach shot coming up from Amar Malik. Amar with a rather peculiar swing which he's developed in recent times. He's lengthened his backswing way more than he used to have, and that substantial pause at top is something new which I've trying to get in tune with after
Yeah,
seeing
that's pretty
him.
unusual. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
it stops a little.
it's here in the community of the past winner of Augusta, Mr. Higeki Matsuyama, with that long, prolonged pause at the
Pause.
top.
Yeah, I was fortunate to meet him at the Hero Challenge. You know, the World Challenge that takes place in Bahamas, and there he did pretty well.
Yeah, we've grown up together playing professional golf together, Amar and me,
Yeah,
fortunately. So he used to have pretty much half of the swing what he's got now. And
okay.
from then till now, to see that increase is pretty amazing.
Yeah,
Goes to say that there is no time to keep working on your game, and you have to constantly improve upon it.
yeah,
As we
absolutely.
can see, even after that prolonged pause on top,
Yeah,
Amar is peppering the flag sticks.
true.
I mean, if any coach was about to give you an advice about it, they will be themselves baffled with that
Yeah,
prolonged pause on top. But the proof is in eating the pie, and
yeah,
the flag sticks that are being peppered by Amardeep Malik suggest the same.
yeah, absolutely. See, it's not that every time we go by the book and we get the desired result. It's like one example that is given in the world of sports is the way Sachin held his bat. A guy with 200 test matches, 100 centuries. The guy who he held the bat right from the bottom of the handle, which his coach never changed. Ramakant Achrekar said, "Okay, kid, if this is the way you want to hold your bat, hold it that way, and we'll see what happens." And then, of course, the world saw what happened. So here, too, again, there will be coaches who are not going to change certain things that come very natural. Anything that comes very naturally to a youngster. And then, if the results are showing, then why change it?
Yeah, it's a fact of the matter that had that evolution happened, would have happened, imagine with Sachin, and
Yeah,
the bat would have changed. We
yeah,
might have not seen the god of cricket being created.
absolutely. Credit to the man who saw it and didn't make any changes there. So
Here's a look at Sanit after his breakthrough win last year in Chennai. He would be looking to add to his tally. Sanit is this young breed of bashful hitters who's got length and aggression dialed down to pretty much to the number. He's been in contention quite a few times, and matter of time when he does it again.
do we have any stats where how many previous winners on the tour are in the field of 60 now after the cut?
We'll have to do a bit of digging, but
Yeah. I mean, approximately. I mean, we don't have to get the exact number around.
if I just have a close look at what the top say, let's just do a hypothetical number on the top tied 10 positions right now.
Okay.
Angad has one, Gaganjeet has at least 10 or 11 international
Yeah,
wins.
that's true.
Yashas has one, Mikhail is a rookie for the moment. Khalil has a
Cullen
few,
has a
Lohan has a
dollar event.
few.
He won the Panasonic Open at the DGC.
Yeah, that was a game changer in his career.
Yeah.
Abhinav Lohan recently won. He's got a
Right.
few. Sunit's got a
Rahil
single
Gangji
one.
has won on
Rahil,
the Asian tour. So
Rahil has a
Rashid Khan
few.
has done well.
Yeah.
Udayan Mane, of course. Then
Udayan
Kocher,
is there. So if you look,
Sandhu,
Ajitesh.
Vikrant Chopra. I mean, just the number keeps going
Yeah.
down
So I
there.
mean, if you just look at the top tied 10
Muniappa is
positions,
there. Yeah.
barring Mikhail and Dhruv Sharon, Vikrant Chopra.
Vikrant Chopra. And
All the other players have multiple titles under their brags.
yeah, that means we are looking at the top. I mean, the top 16 there, right?
Yeah, we're looking at people tied
Yeah,
at ninth position all
tied
the way
ninth
till
up to
16.
16. Yeah, so that's a sizable number. That means we just leave out four. That means three out of every four person has won it, so to speak. I mean, if we are just looking at the creamy layer of those who are performing well this season,
Yeah,
this this
multiple wins
particular
by
day,
the
yeah,
adding to that
multiple,
title.
yeah,
So
obviously,
in the top 60 who made cut after 2 days, I wouldn't be shocked or amazed by the number if it's in the closer vicinities of triple figures, because a lot of these people have multiple wins.
yeah.
I mean, take alone Gaganjeet. Gaganjeet has. I really have to dig out some stats and see how many
Yeah.
wins he has.
He has a few. Yeah. He's among the top 10 international winners from the country in terms of numbers. Yes.
Here's a look at Amardeep after that measured approach on the sixth hole, trying to make birdie and move up deeper into red figures.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah, the same expression
Yeah, yeah.
and pretty much similar break what Karandeep Kochar
Karan
had.
Dev Kocher had, yes.
The Greens are playing a trick or two
Just
with the
missed that
players.
break, just that little bit.
Akbar would have gotten somewhat of a read of what the ball does because he's pretty much on the opposite poles of where Amardeep putted
Yeah,
from.
yeah. So he would have had a very fair idea.
Yeah, so an educated guess towards this
Yeah,
putt would be it breaks
right,
mostly left to
right,
right and
left
a
to
little
right. Yeah.
sharply in a foot or two close to the hole.
So let's see where he rolls the ball now.
Well, I'm rooting for the bottom of the hole, and let's see the youngster can make it from 6 under par to 7 and have a
Yeah, this
quick
will be
stride towards
interesting.
the signature hole 7th, which awaits this group. Kind of parts with profound to getting them desired as a more make them, the better your chances are
Yeah,
towards lifting up that coveted title.
so true.
Nicely done by Sudit. Cleans up for his par attempt and Amar being a little diligent with his what would seem to be foot and a half
Yeah,
for par attempt left.
true. Clearly under 2 feet. So just one firm stroke and should be in. Yeah.
Now moving on towards the signature hole for this trio. Interesting layout of the Chandigarh Golf Club. You have to crossover of the actual road and crisscross a few times. Be careful of those speedy motor vehicles which would be crossing over. But it's a beautiful track, and it's nice to see the galleries forming up closer to see what's happening in terms of the action being played in the Chandigarh Golf Club.
How often have you seen, a passage or a path for vehicles to, go through the? I mean, it just cuts across the golf course. How often have you seen that?
Not very. It's more on the rarity side of it.
Yeah.
And if I would like to think on recall about it, I would say Chandigarh has that. Golmuri in Jamshedpur has that.
Okay.
Other than that, oh, Bombay Presidency has that. BPGC, you have to cross over.
Okay.
Then, yeah, really, just a few. I guess that this kind of prime real estate in the middle of the city is not very easy to
Absolutely. Yeah.
procure or stay in control of. As you can see, those motor vehicles passing by,
Yeah. And
and
these days, of course, I mean, see if you see the last 10 years, all these sprawling golf courses, which are like designer courses, they all are off the city limits. I mean, it's not normally where you say, okay, like a DGC, bang in the heart of the city. Even when you see like the KGA, again, right in the center. Uh, that I think those days are gone now. You are not going to get this kind of land to build a golf course.
yeah, finding that amount of land is really difficult, and that is a very, very measured, precise approach shot
Approach.
on
Yeah.
the sixth hole. It would have looked so nice in the air. Could have achieved,
Ready for a birdie there.
yeah, could have achieved what C. Muniappa did on the seventh hole.
When was the last time the domestic tour saw an albatross?
That's a very rare sighting. I really don't remember when I saw the
Yeah.
last albatross, but I happen to know one gentleman who did it. Gaurav Pratap Singh did it in Kalhar last year, if I'm not wrong.
Okay. I was lucky to see Amritinder Singh do that during the CLPGA Open years ago,
Oh, yeah.
decades ago. I think Uttam won the tournament, and it was no, did Uttam win it or was it Daniel Chopra? One of those editions, because we had those back-to-back events. For 3 years we had it, and Uttam won it twice. And once it was Daniel was one, G was second.
Oh, nice. That was the time I was trying to understand A for apple, B for ball, and
And that was when Amritinder sank it. And I could see him jumping like a boy. I mean, just like a schoolboy getting his favorite toy. And, it was like that. I mean, of course, the ball just vanished. I mean, it just disappeared for that one moment. And then we saw that, oh my God, what has happened? So very lucky to be there because I used to follow Amritinder during those days. He had just won the Nationals a few years ago. And one of the biggies during those days.
yeah, albatross is one of the most rarest birds available in this field of
Yeah.
play,
Yeah.
where a player hits his
Second
second
shot on a
shot on
par
a
five.
par five and makes
Holds it.
it.
Yeah,
Makes it.
true.
It will be the same case on a par four also, but
Yeah,
it would count as a hole in one
as
rather
yeah,
than an
true.
albatross.
Yeah,
So very rare opportunities, as you only get four opportunities in a round to do that.
yeah, true.
Sometimes
On
even
par
less.
threes, you do. Yeah, you can do that on par threes. You can go in for a hole in one, but then of course that everybody tries.
Even if you do it on a par three, it becomes a eagle, not even an albatross. It will be three shots clear off for an albatross.
Yeah, no. On a par three is where you go for a hole in one. I
Yeah,
was talking a hole in one, and of course on a par four, again it'll again be a hole in one.
it will be always a hole in one rather
Always
than
a hole
an
in one rather
albatross.
than in an albatross. Yeah, three short of a par, but
There's a bit of a gallery gathering up for the local superstars. Not so local as they are all international superstars.
yeah.
Not only Khalin, but his playing partners.
Oh, lovely.
That's a brilliant putt by
That's a
Khalin.
brilliant one.
Somebody's understood the trickery of the sixth green.
Yes, he has read it pretty well. That's a pretty long. I mean, he really drained it beautifully. I wonder how it feels to play in the Indian Open 1 week and then you're back on the domestic grind, where there are no hardly
Yeah.
any like gallery, the buzz, the clubhouse buzz or whatever you call it, so quiet, and quite a change.
I guess it would be more of a welcome change from the hustle bustle which happens as the prize purses get bigger
Yeah,
or the galleries are larger.
larger. Yeah.
Yes, the,
Okay.
all right. So
What's happening here?
this group knows a thing or two about
Yeah,
this particular
absolutely.
hole.
Now the pressure is on him.
Yeah,
Rahil, I think.
as no debating, Rahil will follow suit with his
Yeah.
in ways of his playing partners. But brilliantly done by both Kalin and Gaganjeet on the sixth hole,
Yeah. Brilliant.
sinking some substantial length of birdie putts on the same hole.
I met him last week during the Indian Open. That was the time when when there was when the play had to be suspended on day two because of lightning. And of course, he was my playing partner during the Indian Open Pro Am that I played at the DLF. It's very helpful, very sweet, wonderful person to be with.
Yes, Rahil is ever so jovial and
Yeah,
full of life if
yeah,
you meet him in person.
yeah.
Always goofing around, playing pranks, or doing something
Very
or the
true.
other
Yeah,
to keep him occupied. Very, very active,
yeah.
fun personality to be around.
And very encouraging for a amateur golfer like me. It's like he'll always tell you something that which adds to what you know.
Yeah.
So great guy to be around.
Here's a look at the Greater Noida-based player Sudhir Sharma coming up with his approach shot on the ninth hole, which is a par four. He's left it substantially short than he would have wanted, but nonetheless, it's on the dance floor, and we have seen funnier things happen. Maybe he sinks this and walks off with a birdie after a not so desired result with his approach shot on this hole. There's Neha Tripathi running around, trying to keep up with his boss for the week, as it would be said.
And also staying fitter.
Yeah.
Not just fit, she's doing that little bit more to stay in shape. Good camera work.
Yeah, extremely good camera work. I mean,
These guys deserve
yeah,
a pat.
yeah, a big applause for them because
Well and truly, yeah.
catching the ball through so much
Throughout
of shadows
the
is
floor,
not
yeah.
an easy job.
Not at all.
Now, here's a look at Angad Chima, our leader for the tournament, coming up from a very good angle. It goes to show how good he's striking the golf ball. Well, that ball
Just overran the green, it seems, on the left.
was right at bang in line of the flagstick. Let's see where that ball has ended up. As Mikhail from Italy is lining up for his approach shot through the shadows of the tall trees which project their shade and shadow on the sixth fairway.
Beautiful. Oh, he's almost got it. My God, what a shot. That would have been the shot of the day.
Yeah, he's
Had he-
hit a
My God.
near perfect shot,
Near
approach shot.
perfect shot.
Near perfect approach shot
Absolutely.
from that far out.
Birdie's a shot, so
Angad, who is our
It's a
current
given. Yeah,
leader
yeah.
at 14 under par, would have also been licking his chops when he would have seen that ball just trickle a little ahead of the flagstick, because that ball was also pretty much on line of the flag.
Now that shot from Mikhail is sure to put the other two under pressure.
That would seem to be the case, as Mikhail currently is at tied third position. He's par for the day at 11 under par.
And he's also 3 shots off the lead. So
That could have been a quick get up moment for him.
I mean, what if he had,
Hold it, yeah.
oh my
Would
god,
have jumped 2 spots from there.
2 shots and threatening somebody like he would have kept Gaganjit Bhullar's company, I guess, in that one shot. So Lohan is not able to add to those 4 birdies that he had after the sixth.
Yeah, Lohan's sitting pretty at total 9 under par,
got
4 under for the day.
3 successive pars after those string of birdies. You see a series of sub 70 scores throughout. No wonder the cut came at par.
Yeah, the difficulty level that Chandigarh Golf Course possesses is extreme, and such is the case with the top 60 players who've made cut. To be par or better at such a difficult track is no easy feat.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment, we have what, 54 players par or better.
Yeah.
That just shows how good the scoring has been throughout the week. And we have 6 people in double digits of under par. Well, as we've progressively been seeing what's happening in professional golf, the scoring is getting better, way
It's
better
getting lower and lower. Yeah.
every year.
True.
The winning margins are getting
Yeah.
bigger, the cuts are getting lower, and the competition is only one way, very, very steep.
Absolutely. Like last week, we saw in the Hero Indian Open, the cut came at 1 under, which was phenomenal. I thought.
Yes, normally DLF plays to the teeth in terms of levels of difficulty, and being under par for just for the cut part of it was a very big surprise.
Huge surprise. Yeah. And only 8 Indians survived the cut. So quite something there.
Yes, 8 Indians made cut, and Veer Alawat, after that prolific eagle
that
on
eagle on the
the
final hole.
final
Yeah.
hole,
My God.
catapulted himself into tied
Joined
second
second.
position.
Yeah.
So he kept the flag going.
I mean, that one putt was worth something. I mean, if you see the jump that he got, that was quite something.
Yeah, not only in terms of money jump, what he saw, but world ranking points which he accumulated for
yeah.
himself.
Yeah.
Here's a look at our current leader, Angad Chima. Wow.
Well done.
Angad
There he
is
is.
keeping his accelerator pressed to the middle of the
So that
vehicle
means he
as
moves up to
as he's
15
gone.
under?
He should move up to 15 under and would be 4 under par in a stretch of 6 holes.
Well done. He's on the ball there. It's pretty good.
I guess playing with Angad Chima in the current form which he is in, both his playing partners would be getting a lot of motivation and a bit of hot steam being sprayed towards their direction.
True. And it's always good to play alongside somebody whose putter is hot, who's hitting the ball well, and you also learn along the way.
Yashas cleaning up for his par attempt, and yeah, truly said. When you are playing with someone who's in such hot form, it the more number of chances of your game being elevated
Yeah,
are bigger and more positive.
yeah,
As they say, uh, positivity stems a circle around itself, and it's good to be on that roller coaster.
yeah.
Here's a look at Amardeep Malik on the signature seventh hole. In general, Malik's a very good putter, so watch out for a good run on this ball towards the hole. I mean, it's been the one club which he can bank upon and actively performs well with it.
Left it short again. A
Yeah.
lot of people are doing that today.
Well, this is a back to front sloping green where the back is a little way higher than the front half. So
Okay.
no putt other than if it is bang 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock of the hole, there is substantial break in it.
Okay.
So there you saw Amar flaring his putt from the right side towards the hole, but just because of the mere distance not being traveled enough,
Yeah.
that ball stayed up a little short. This will be an interesting putt for Akbar. Akbar, hailing from Bangladesh, currently is one of the three players from Bangladesh who made cut. Other than him is Badal Hussain and Zamal. So currently the highest ranked Bangladesh player in the field for this week is Akbar. Yeah, it seems to have rammed it a little more than he would have liked, and ball also broke substantially.
Yeah.
There you have Sunit cleaning up on the seventh hole. Interesting stretch of holes coming up for this group, as the next one they're going from a par 5 to a par 3 to a par 4. So Akbar still has a sizable putt left for himself. A ball ran way more than he would have liked. And a look at the leaderboard is Angad sitting pretty at 15 under par with a close pursuit of Gaganjeet at 12. But what we've just seen on the live telecast, we'll have it soon updated on your screens, is Angad is at 15 under par and Gaganjeet at 13. That's rather unfortunate for Akbar with a
Yeah.
three putt bogey is something which is not even in the dreams of a professional golfer, be it dropping it while you're playing a tournament. So rather unfortunate. Here's a look at Ajitesh trying to use the aim point technology system on gauging the break on the eighth green.
It really surprises me that, despite hours of practice and, years of trying to get it right, you miss it from a distance. That's almost embarrassing.
Yeah, that is something nobody is intended towards,
Yeah.
but such is the nature of this game. It's always ready to test up your patience, nerves, and pretty much everything. I mean, if you look at all the greats who say that the harder I practice, the better I get.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the game owes anything to me. I
Yeah.
still have to keep doing it
Keep doing it,
diligently.
yeah, absolutely. I recall there was this tournament at the Classic Golf Resort years ago, and I was following Jeev, and Jeev duffed a shot. And you can imagine his anger. He threw his club, and all he said was he was thinking aloud, and he said, "And I call myself a professional." These were the words that came out of his mouth, and he was so disgusted with himself. So things happen.
Yes, stranger things have happened, and we just saw Akshay, multiple winner on our tour, having his chip shot being hit from way back of the green. I wonder he caught a flare or something, because the channel which he had accessed to chip was a very rare sighting for a player's ball to end up over there. Here's a look at his playing partner, Shivendra, giving it a nice whack.
Wow, not bad.
Still come up a little short.
Short. That's
Yeah,
what
so
we've been
yeah,
saying
the
all
green
day today.
speeds are something which the players are getting a little, so to say, baffled about.
No, but it hasn't changed, in the last 3 days. If you see, it was 7.3 on day one, 7.4 yesterday, today again it's 7.4. So for those who have been doing well, they should gauge it. Wow,
That's
that drops in.
that's the mark of a champion, as Akshay, from being in a precarious situation of dropping a shot, walks away, no harm, no foul done.
Yeah, he saved a shot there.
All the scorecard is going to read is a 4 over there. I wish if the studio tell us to watch.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future, fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Bases in their diaries of how they've played or ferried on different venues, different golf courses, different locations, different types of holes, so that they can go back home off season, take time out, and work upon their games and come up as a better scoring machine. Which we can see with the cut lines getting smaller, the victory margins getting bigger is the case. Like Rahil is a little further away from where Rashid almost chipped it in from.
Yeah.
And knowing Rahil's length, I won't be surprised if this is his third shot coming up. Which, in general, a very, very aggressive player, and has no dearth of distance for him.
Yeah. That's a good attempt.
Yeah, that's a very good chip from
He-
that far out.
He read it almost right.
At least he covered one department right. Never up, never in. He
Yeah.
is
Yeah, it's almost there.
he's past the hole.
Length, yeah, length is not an issue with that.
Length.
Just a tap in, so not too bad. It's kind of strange that sometimes you hit such good shots and you're still left a tad disappointed. If you leave it by much, you are not so, and it doesn't reflect on the scores in any case, because a tap in also is just another stroke taken. So it's kind of strange.
Yeah, a 350-yard drive is as equivalent to the tap in which, sorry, Rahil just did.
Yeah.
It's equal and has same weightage in terms of the number which is going to be posted on your total of the strokes played.
taken,
Yeah.
true.
Well, somebody who's going great guns is Dhruv Sharon. Dhruv has managed to make 5 birdies in the front nine, which has catapulted him from and made him jump 10 spots
Wow.
to being tied fourth right now at 11 under par.
And that too, he is taking the turn with hat trick of birdies. That's really brilliant. Can you imagine his confidence on the back nine now? Now, how would you rate this particular course? I mean, is the back nine more challenging coming in? I mean, is there anything that you see as compared to the front nine?
Well, I would rather say that the back nine gives you more opportunities to make birdies
Okay.
in terms of just sheer comparison to the front
The
nine.
front nine, okay.
That's very well done by Cullen. Cullen's putters getting hot,
Yeah.
both on the sixth and the seventh. Same distance putt, he's
Yeah.
drilled them very nicely. Yeah, getting back to the same topic, the back nine on this golf course gives you way more birdie opportunities. As I won't be surprised, I'm not sure about the yardage of this, but on the contrary, the back nine is a little longer
It's a
than
little
the
longer, yeah. A shade
than
longer, yeah.
yeah, by about
Not much.
few 18,
Just
20
about
yards
18,
longer.
20 yards, yeah. Less
But
than 20 yards. Yeah. True.
But the good thing about the back nine is both the par fives are reachable into
Yeah.
the
Birdie holes in the
yeah
two
birdie
sets.
holes, because 13th and 16th both are reachable par fives versus the seventh, which is, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if nobody or barely anybody's made it two on the seventh hole,
Yeah.
because not only is it dog leg on both the tee shot
Yeah.
and the second shot,
Yeah.
it has throughout OBs lurking right and left.
Yeah. So you've got to be very precise with your
Yeah.
shot making.
And it is the lengthiest hole, hole number seven. It's 613 yards.
613. Yeah.
On top of that, add out of bounds into it,
Yeah.
and
It just raises the degree of difficulty to a new high. Yeah.
yeah, out of bounds and short shaping required, as it's double dog legged, is something which is not
Yeah,
an easy feat.
it's a pretty strange sort of a thing because you actually are taking a left turn there, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's not even a dog leg. I mean, it's much more steeper than that. So your second shot holds the key. Your approach from the thing.
Amar leaving it just a few rolls short on the par three eighth, and
How
yeah,
often have you seen that, Aditya? All day today we've been
all
just
day
seeing.
today. Yeah, we're seeing players being
A little conservative, I think.
yeah, I guess the last few weeks where we played the Indian Open or the Glade One Masters, or the Gujarat Masters at
Yeah.
Glade One, or be it the Wooty Masters in Telangana, the speeds were in excess of 11, 11.5.
No wonder.
So getting attuned takes sometimes a bit of a
Yeah.
toll, and that seems to be the case with the players.
Yeah, from 11.5 to something like 7.5 is a
Substantial
drop.
drop,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a
substantial
substantial
drop.
drop.
But the good thing is that weekend, it's been throughout the first 3 days, it's been consistent. So
Yeah.
maybe we see a few putts crushing all the way to the bottom of the hole and or ahead in the coverage which we'll be providing you through the AVP network and Eurosports, both very big media giants coming together with Professional Golf Tour of India and bringing the beautiful golf being played in various different cities throughout the season.
And I think this has been a huge initiative to bring live pictures, you know, to the golf lovers all around the country.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely keep getting queries about when is the next tournament happening, is
Yeah.
it being aired or not.
Yeah.
So, keeping it clean and simple for everybody, round three and round four of the Professional Golf Tour of India will be aired on your screens on different platforms, Eurosports, AVP. So rest assured, you can watch stellar golf being played and aired on the comforts of your home screens. So stay tuned on various platforms to see what's happening and when these superstar players are coming in your hometown. You can pack up a nice picnic basket and be on the course, enjoy live golf being played in your city. The next venue is Noida Golf Club, NCR. So we'll have a substantial amount of fan following over there also.
It's truly amazing how golf has evolved in this country, the way it used to be. If I ever to take a look during the early 90s, that was the time when Ali Sher hadn't won his first of the two Indian Opens. Even accessing a golf club for just a casual golf lover wasn't easy because there was far too many restrictions. And over a period of time, from the the way it used to be, the PGAI, to the formation of the PGTI, and the way golf came into the hands of people who had played the game professionally, uh, that's been a sea change. And today, to see live pictures in your living room, I think it's been a great journey, and it can only get better from here on. The way the initiatives have been taken, the way the people have backed it, the corporate support, and also the calendar. You know, uh, I recall there was a time when Chandigarh hosted a 5 lakher, but this was in the 90s. And the talk at the DGC was, Aditya, are you going to play in Chandigarh? So that was a big thing. 5 lakh rupees was the prize money. And that was also the decade where we saw a $500,000 event, the Gargill Masters, taking place at the DGC. And the famous Chip in Eagle by so ever so chirpy, ever so cheerful. And I recall during the COVID days, I mean the entire 1.5 years, he was still on his toes. He was still looking at possibilities of holding tournaments. And when things opened up, PGTI was among the first sporting, I mean, one particular federation, if I were to call it a national sports federation, the NSF as we call it, which took the initiative. And because this is a professional sport where people make a living out of winnings, so the responsibility on the PGTI was huge. And thanks to the sponsors and the patrons and the stakeholders, the way they all came together to put things together, that was brilliant, I thought.
Yeah, as a fellow professional who went through COVID, I remember making endless calls to Uttam Mundi sir and telling him when are we coming out, what is happening, and
Yeah.
poor person relentlessly used to just keep us and tell us that keep practicing, boys. Anytime soon we'll
Anytime
be out
soon,
there.
yeah.
There were so many restrictions where
Yeah.
only 100 players were allowed, so
Yeah.
we had to be very very careful. I remember coming down all the way here to Chandigarh,
You
where
played at
the
that Aravali golf course, where we had a tournament with only the front line being used, or I think two courses were used for one tournament. That was pretty unusual. Aravali Open or something which we had at Faridabad. That was
the
just after COVID. I think probably the first or the second tournament. Probably we had it, something like that.
Well, that such a cases when happens for the season ender where we are playing at Golmuri and Beldi, 9 holes
Okay.
apart.
Okay.
But don't think it was Ravli. But
Acha. Because I remember Uttam mentioning something like that. Maybe I'm not recalling it right. Uh, but then he made all possible, attempts to put things on board.
yeah, I know we had to pull in those COVID certificates and get
Yeah,
tested
true, true,
everywhere.
true.
So
Of course, those were tough times. Yeah.
tougher times, and good to see the tour has moved on and has projected some serious prize money towards the prize purses, and there was a very good run for birdie by Gaganjeet on the eighth hole, where it looked so nice had he
Gagan
hold
took
it.
it.
But nonetheless, Gaganjeet is in second position at 13 under par for the moment, as he's trailing Angad Chima by 2 shots. And here's a look at the superstar of Indian golf,
God.
Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh.
I mean, now he is great. He is 50, and I've seen him when he was a student in US, when he just took up golf, and his father used to take pride in saying that, you know, his son was playing golf, and at that time he was playing the collegiate events there, and now he is on the senior tour.
He's pretty much on all the tours he wants to be.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
such is the
He's a
case with
legend in
his
his own right.
prolific
Yeah,
star-studded career which he's had.
yeah.
I remember last season. I mean, not last season we were playing at same venue, Chandigarh Golf Club, and he was one of the last few people hitting balls over there and tweaking with his club alongside Gurbaz,
Okay.
as they
Oh,
say
another
in
beginner.
as they say in Punjabi. "Anu dekhi, my clubs are not behaving the way I like it," and this and that, and
That's exactly how Jeev sounds.
yeah, so and
You
Baz
could
was
copy him.
running around to help him with that. So goes to show the commitment of
Oh,
the
amazing,
man,
amazing
even
commitment.
at that age, after reaching all the pedestals of being
Yeah.
inside top 50 or playing all the majors or teeing it up with the Tiger Eldrick Woods.
Yeah.
You can think of it, and he's pretty much done everything. And still to be one of those star horses in every tournament which he tees it up is really, really commendable. And I guess every youngster should look and take a lot of leaves out of his playbook.
Absolutely. I recall one of his statements which he made. He said, Rakesh, every time I tee up, I think this could well be my week. And there have been hundreds of tournaments that I have played and not won. But he says, my week will come. And then he went on to win, I think, in Spain, the big one which he won.
The Volvo, I think it was
One
Volvo.
of the tournaments that he won, where after he hit his approach on the 18th, he got a standing ovation. Everybody just stood up. He said, Rakesh, the whole feeling was, as I was walking up to the 18th green at the clubhouse, I knew that I had almost nailed it. And he said, but still, you have to finish the job. And that tournament took a while coming, I mean, that title. So that was something amazing. So this was just before the release of the film Bhag Milkha Bhag, and that is the time.
Oh, that would have been a double surprise for the family,
Yeah,
as
and then he also mentioned how that movie was shown to the family. And one of the scenes, I mean, this was before the movie was released. Rakesh Om Prakash actually had this kind of a private preview for them, and there was one particular scene where the whole family cried, and very special moments for the family, very emotional ones. But
yeah, the real life story of Mr. Milka Singh
yes,
is way more exciting than the movie, but
yeah, of course.
as his achievements are overpowered any and every athlete in our country. His lifelong dream of Indians getting gold in athletics
Yeah.
has been achieved by Neeraj Chopra.
Neeraj Chopra, yeah.
Yeah, so
2021.
we're just hoping that we can do further better and keep the legacy of the man alive. That was a very good
Absolutely.
run on the ball by Amar on the ninth hole. So we're seeing a few balls going past the flagstick, as Cullen's putters also warmed up, and Cullen is currently at 3 under par for the day and 12 under. He narrowly missed out on the birdie putt, which would have made it a string of birdies from 6th, 7th, and 8th had he hold that putt on 8th. Now, Sunith, what we would presume to be his birdie putt,
So
just
Dhruv Sharan has got five birdies for the day. That's something.
Yes, it's good to see Dhruv run at 5 under par. I see him day in day out practice as we practice at the same facility, work with the same coach. He's very meticulous about how he goes about his business and always working about getting better with his putter, getting better with his putter.
Right.
Finally, it's seeming to trend the right direction which he intends it to be, and it'll be a interesting conversation to have after the round with him.
Yeah, sure.
There you have on your live feed Akbar on live feed 2 on ninth hole, and from a substantial distance away on live feed 1 is Yashas Chandra. Yashas got to contend with a lot of break on the bit of a bowled shape green, which is the eighth hole. Well, Mikhail seems to be having a up and down kind of a day where
He's dropped a shot on the seventh.
yes, that seems to be the case. He's dropped two shots on hole 1 and 7 and picked them back up on hole number 2 and 6. So he's even par for the day. He's dropped three shots
He's
from
got
being.
pretty eventful rounds. I mean, every single day he's got a good share of birdies and bogeys.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason he's putting himself closer to the leaders and is actually playing the leader group today.
Yeah. At least he's playing aggressively. He's taking his chances. That's what his card reflects.
Yes, and it will be interesting to see what the flat stick of Angad Chima does. Both Mikhail and Angad have the same way of aligning their golf
Yeah.
balls to before they hit the putt. Bit of a deep squat and one eye closed, covering the golf ball, getting a visual and alignment going. Interesting way. I remember seeing Angad from his childhood days where he used to dash up in his uh, bicycle towards coming to the golf course and practice in the younger days of his. Always so energetic, and he never let us tee off in the afternoons without him being part of the group.
Wow, that's a good sync.
That's a very, very good part and aggressively done by Angad. So he's getting all the home course knowledge working in his favor. And why not so? Because endless rounds would have he would have played on this golf course.
And I guess being a homegrown, contender here, his reading of the green is going to help him more than his approach or the shots off the tee. Because if he has played on these greens, enough to read the lines much better than others, and that's what we're seeing probably.
Yeah, it is his home course and is also the home course for the man on your screens of live feed one is Karandeep Kocher. Karan is one over here. I remember him fending off even Lahiri for his one of his wins over here.
Okay. Okay, short.
Yeah,
And this is he has left it some distance from this angle. It
yeah,
appears that
reasonably short because that ball seems to be appearing outside the range of the flag's shadow. So I would mean in excess of about 8 9 feet coming up for him. Vikrant from somewhat similar position has elected to putt with that broomstick putter. With there are theories which suggest that it helps the players. You could previously anchor it on your torso, but the new rules of golf do not allow
They
you
don't
to
allow
anchor
it.
anything onto your
Okay.
body. At best, you can do is support it with your forearms, like Mikhail does.
Yeah.
Different ways to go about it, and his putter is extremely hot. He's
Almost
putted
there, yeah.
very, very good with the
Very well,
broomstick,
yeah.
and this one also nearly made
Yeah,
it.
nearly made it. Yes. See, you leave yourself less than 6 inches to tap in, so it's okay. Coach are at work. Let's see.
Yeah, coach trying to remember his home course and the reads which he's had enough on this venue. 10th hole
So you've
has,
got 4 successive pars.
yeah,
Just one birdie for the day so far. On the second, and this is again a par five. So
oh, whoops, his gloves off. Not that he needs it. I think he heard what we said. Bit of a distraction. Nonetheless, he's gathered up and
again he has to
settled in.
collect himself and. We moved from.
Yeah, Gaganjeet's part came just a little short on the 9th hole. And there you have Ajitej cleaning up on the 10th hole on live feed 2. And here's a look at the. You can actually call him the electric man. I'm trying to find out
Rahil.
words to put against him because he's so ever charged up, Rahil, on the 9th hole.
And with his gray beard in place, he looks like a half monk.
Yeah. Then
But he's, I mean, the way he keeps, everybody on
he
their
can
toes.
be at
he
par
can-
at the youngest player in the field
Yeah,
when
yeah,
in terms of
absolutely.
energy and mischief going around.
Great spirit to have. I mean, keeps you busy.
Yeah, I remember we were in Wooty this year, and he was playing an additional practice round before the practice round. So, and we had just arrived, a bunch of players, me, Gaurav Pratap, Ashpreet. We had just arrived over there, and we didn't let him go off for a good about 10-15 minutes off his hole towards the other way, just troubling him, pestering him. And with the wife on the bag, I guess makes things way more interesting. And he better be performing, otherwise he doesn't have to wait all the way to fly back home and hear about it.
Hear about it. Yeah, he's going to get it at an instant. So, Kalin Joshi. He has picked up a few, I think.
Yeah, Khalin is trending north in terms of getting closer to the leaders. He's 3 under par for his round. Putter
He's
seems to
clearly
have
looking-
woken up.
And he's looking good to improve upon his 1 under card of yesterday. Certainly on this course, anything which is not, a sub 70 card looks a little less impressive.
Not happy with the outcome of that. So with the front nine done for this group, they will be looking.
Fruitnik Electro Plus.
Rehydrate? Feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
Unique sets of playing. You can either be very aggressive with your driver and give yourself inside 100 yards, or lay up with your driving iron or a 3-wood and go with the 6-iron going in.
Okay.
There used to be a tall tree in the left hand side which has withered away. So you have to be very precise with that drive. But yeah, I won't be surprised if a lot of players take it on. Quite a few driver holes, 10th, 12th, 13th, 15th for sure, 16th. People might take on the 17th. That it is a somewhat drivable hole. You have to really hit it high and really far. It's pretty much of a blind tee shot in terms of if you're hitting it towards the green. But 18th also, just the mere sheer length of this golf course
Yeah, that's what.
demands the big gun to come out time and time again.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to know from you, how often do you see people using their drivers even on par 5, even on par 4s?
Yeah, it's not
Like
necessarily
at the DGC, you don't see people use that
Not
because
at
it's
the-
such
yeah.
a tight course with trees on either side. It becomes very difficult.
DGC. It's very selective where your drivers come out.
I mean, a lot of pros just keep their driver
They don't even keep it in
their
the bag.
room.
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah,
car or
it's in the
the
room.
hotel room or wherever.
Hotel room, yeah. Lots of these pros have actually mentioned it that I'm not using my driver this week.
Yeah, I should have listened to some of those pros and kept mine also in the bag. Maybe the results would have been way far better. And here's a look at the approach shot. What
I
would seem
remember
from Akbar.
Ernie Hills when he played here for the first time. I mean, the only time that I've seen him play here. I think day one he got his driver, day two he didn't, and I don't think he made the cut.
No, he didn't make the cut. I remember I was there on the putting green, and Niels, after finishing his round, was walking off, and he said he had a bit of scratches on his forearms because from the DGC bushes.
Oh,
He was saying,
guided tour of the.
yeah, and his words were too much luckady on this golf course. So I wanted to correct him, but didn't have the nerves to go up to him. Just because of not the sheer stature of the man, but the size of the man. He was
Size
pretty
of
much
the man.
double of my size.
Yeah.
I said, okay, let's be quiet and
True.
let the elephant in the room walk away.
He's
massive
He's a big
if you
unit,
see him
yeah.
up close.
Yeah, true.
That was a big week because I think it was the Emar MGF Masters forward. They have
that's right.
all flown in.
Yeah,
There was
they
Lee
all-
Westwood, Ian Poulter, the works.
True,
Everybody
true.
was here.
Yeah, Ian Poulter was here. True.
Ian Poulter with his famous Johnny Walker trousers.
Yeah.
Other side to watch.
Crazy outfit. He could wear anything and
Still does. He still
carry it
does
off.
wear
Yeah.
so
Those
many things.
golden trousers and pink trousers and you name it. I mean, all.
He had a golden shirt with a
Yeah,
dark
golden.
chocolate trouser and embossed Johnny Walker logos in gold on it. So I was like, wow. That's a bold fashion
He's a-
statement.
He's a traffic stopper.
We'll be happy with the new name which he's been carrying forward for the last few years, the Postman,
The postman.
always delivering in the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, it does. I mean, actually, looking back, we should consider ourselves fortunate that we've seen quite a few big names come to the DGC and also to the DLF to play. More DGC than DLF.
Yeah, more DGC than the other. Yeah, that's true. Well, it seems to be the case that the
Angad
homebred
He has opened up a
superstar.
3-shot lead now.
Yeah, Angad Chima is
Widening
on a
it now.
bullet train and is substantially distancing himself from the players who are trying to chase him down. And these are some very big names in terms of Gaganjeet, Khalin, Dhruv, trying to come down and content in the field, but Angad has more than a few things to say about it. He is currently sitting pretty at 16 under par in total, which is 5 under par for the day.
And also he's 5 short off that, that quartet of Dhruv, Kalin, Mikhail, and Yashas. So they are the ones who will really try to chase down Gaganjit Bhullar first, because he's 2 short off them. And Gagan, of course, he must be feeling a little free now because he can breathe a bit easy. Those behind him are two shots off him, and the guy who's ahead, of course, is enlarging the lead. He's now extended it to 3 shots. So
Yes,
interesting.
work cut out for all the players trying to chase down the leader, Angad Chima, as he is quickly distancing himself from the number which he began the day at 11 under par.
Yeah.
Here's a look at live feed one, where
Oh,
wow,
that
long
drops in.
distance putt hold
That
by
drops in. Lovely.
Akbar, and
It was as though the ball was in two minds whether to go in or not. I thought it would just slip the cup.
yeah, it
It
seems
just
to be the
almost,
case.
yeah.
But at the last moment, it
It
favored
was,
the player.
yeah,
So you can see the flagstick fluttering up. That means
yeah,
the wind is
yeah.
picking
There is
up.
wind.
We
Yeah,
had quite a day, quite a beginning to the day, but as the weather is these days in these parts of the country, wind is something which they will have to contend with.
yeah.
And Ajitesh on live feed too would be finding it little stranger than usual because he's playing on the domestic soil after December of last year. So that's
Oh,
a
that's a long
long
break.
time. And a beautiful putt hold out by Amar on the whole 10th. That walk doesn't seem that way, but I'm sure he'll be delighted with the result on that hole.
The more I see this broomstick, butter as you call it, I think that somehow seems to give them more control. At least when they have to putt long,
Well, it seems to help
Yeah. Oh,
theoretically
yeah.
to work towards the bigger muscles moving in the body,
Yeah.
and Vikrant is showcasing that very nicely.
Yeah.
Rather unfortunate on this attempt,
Yeah.
though. It looked very nice,
Yeah.
Almost went in,
Yeah.
but
Missed the
yes,
line just a
the
bit. Yeah.
intent of these broomstick putters was to help the players get more bigger muscles getting
Into
in,
play. Yeah.
get that wristy twitch going away.
Yeah. That's so true.
In the overall generic system, if you look at it, it's the basic conventional putter designs and the length of putter shapes which have overshadowed any other type
Any
of
other
putter.
true. Yeah.
You look at Tiger or
Yeah.
anybody,
They all have stuck
everybody,
with the.
Tiger, Erniels, through the
Yeah.
heydays of their prime, they have used that conventional classic design putter. Well, that's the case with Angad also. He's gone with the normal conventional way
15.
at 15, looking to better his tally. Missed out on that opportunity. I just hope it was his birdie attempt. Here's a look at Akbar on the par 3 11th hole. Slightly lengthy hole. You really have to give it a whack on this hole. And he's done it nicely. Reasonable length of birdie length coming up putt. Yashas cleaning up on hole number ninth for his par attempt. And Mikhail also has somewhat of a, in the range of a short length putter only going on. He just made it look very diligent and that the putt was too lengthy, but it was a mere 1.5 footer.
Yeah.
It's good to see how the professionals go about their business, giving every shot the required amount of deliberate, calculative precision, and not just walking, strolling around like it's a leisure round. So that's something which the youngsters, aspiring juniors or amateurs can take a note about and put it in their routines.
And Aditya, have we got any contender, or has anybody sealed this hole in one prize?
Not as of yet.
Okay. There you see the cable. Because it's
And Amar trying to visualize the ball flight which he would want to put on the golf ball after the strike on the tricky 11th. 11th, although is a par 3, but just because of the length and the narrow depth of the green, you have to be very precise about how to go about attacking this flagstick. There you have the wind is picking up and it's actually favoring the players, but still the golf balls are coming up a little short. It's easy to stay short because there is no room behind the green and the
Behind the
depth of
green,
this
yeah.
green is not much. I don't think it's more than 20 feet in length if it comes down to just measuring the depth of the green, maybe less.
yeah. So it's, I think, advisable to lay up a bit and
Yeah,
play
it's
safe. Yeah.
it's easier to give yourself a lengthier putt rather than a tricky chip coming up. That also with lesser green to work with.
And here the flag is closer to the front edge, so
Yeah, Colin would be in a spot of bother in terms of maybe sprinkler head or something because he's getting relief from something. As we're not playing lift, clean, and place this week, so this has to be some kind of relief, which that close to the green would presume to be a sprinkler. What's your take on this new system of dropping the golf ball from knee height rather than
from
shoulder height?
yeah, that's true. I don't know why they do it. Maybe because it just ensures that the ball stays within that. I think the higher you go, the possibility of the ball rolling over, some distance. But then, of course, it can't be less than a club length in
Club
any
length
case.
in
So
either direction,
yeah, so it's
opposite,
okay. Yeah.
away from the hole.
Away from the hole, it has to be. So I don't know how. I mean, what is the purpose? But yes,
It's certainly better than the way older days where you have
you have to
to drop
measure
it.
it and yeah.
No, no, not measure it. Measure. It's still you have to be inside that desired vicinity of area, which is a D.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the heydays when you had to drop it behind your shoulder.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember those. I remember. That is, I think, also I remember reading it in that St. Andrew's old course. Like you have a handbook there.
Yeah.
I remember somebody had gifted it to me, so that mentions it how it used to be. Quite a crazy rule.
Yeah, that's one of the.
I mean, taking the sense of fairness a bit too far, I thought. Good ball.
Imagine being at the end of a hazard area, and doing that. By the time you drop the ball, it's disappeared.
Disappeared, yeah.
That's
Oh
a
my
nice
God.
cleanup up and down by Cullen on the 10th hole.
Colin almost got it there.
Yeah.
Very good attempt.
Well, for anybody who's joining us at the moment, we are presenting you at the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club. It's a stroke play event which is being played from the 3rd of April to the 6th of April at Chandigarh Golf Club, and the stroke play format is the format to go, and it holds a whopping prize purse of 1 CR. So here's a look at Gaganjeet on the 10th hole. From a fair bit distance out, wow, that lipped out. That would have almost hold it. Now Amar, after that wonderful birdie on hole number 10th, with a substantial lengthy birdie attempt coming on hole number 11. Let's see what his flat stick has to say about it.
Again.
Yeah, from that distance out, leaving it short is still
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, it still makes sense. Yeah.
So Rahil on live feed one has drained his putt and makes the walk from the green to the tee even easier.
So Rahul moves to 10 under.
Rahil moves to. He is at 100. It would move him to 11 under par.
Okay.
Pretty much the same vicinity, maybe a few feet away from where Amar had hit it, is Akbar trying to make his attempt on hole number 11th. Well, Akbar had the distance dialed in, but just a bit of a misread on the brake part, which is easy from that far out. I mean,
Just about a foot.
I
Just
remember
over.
doing it regularly from very small distances, but from that far out, that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Simple cleanup job for Sunit from that far out, and would be the case for Amar also. Now, this is the time after hitting their power putts, they will be crossing that road which we were discussing about
Yeah.
as they move towards the stretch of holes 12 to 16, which will be on the other side of the road. 12th, 13th, 14th, interesting stretch of holes where people can pick up shots because 12th is a shortish par 4, 13th is a reachable par 5, and 14th is a shortish par 3. But then comes the beast, which is if not stronger but at par with the 7th hole, 15th. 15th is a severe dogleg on the left hand side and a very, very narrow fairway to hit it in. With and that's vicinity where the ball is at 290 to 330 yardage.
Okay.
And these days everybody is hitting in
Everybody
excess
is
of
hitting
300
it.
plus. So
True.
that's a very, very challenging tee shot. And to add on to it, the green is also even narrower.
Okay.
So 13th is something which will post a bit of a threat. Other than that, rest of the holes are more opportunity to make birdies and rather than drop shots.
And since you said that the challenge on the back nine is a little less than what you see on the front nine, and those who are trailing the leader by a shot or two, maybe more, do you see them being more aggressive now on this? I mean, from now on, just to pick up a few more shots rather than, I mean, Chima would rather be a little conservative because he cannot afford to take those chances. But do you think that happening because he's now back to 15?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised knowing Angad that the kind of a player he is, that he is still trying to extend the length of his lead.
Okay.
And if you just look at the sheer list of players who are trying to catch him, Gaganji, Dhruv, and Rahil, these are the closest three. Mikhail and Yashas also, they all are under par, substantially under par in their
True.
rounds.
True.
I mean, Dhruv is 6 under par for a stretch of 12 holes.
Yeah.
So I won't. I don't think he'll be steaming any less than he already is
Yeah.
towards catching the leaders. And we've seen Gaganjeet never back off.
Yeah, he will never do that.
So that's what his tee shot also said. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see these players get a little more deeper in terms of red for their scoring for the day.
And also see how Dhruv has, picked up a shot, and with Angad dropping one, the gap between them is down to three now.
Yeah.
Just a little while ago, it was five. So we're going to have a great title run here, a very close one, because so many contenders, anything can happen.
So many contenders and so many worthy contenders, not just because for the week, but all of them have multiple events under their bag.
Yeah.
It's
They know
only
how it feels to win.
yeah, it's only Dhruv and Mikhail who have not broken through as yet.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all these other players have multiple wins under their bag, and this is what you can see. Angad Chima has
he's gone off.
just missed the green on to the right side. A rare miss on his sighting because the length he's hit that shot from would only suggest one thing, that he's taken the driver in, and that was pretty much a very lofted wedge. I won't be surprised if it's more than a gap wedge coming out from that far distance out. One person does not compute as a gallery, does it? But
No.
if it would be
I
a
wouldn't.
Punjabi gallery following them.
Yeah. That day during the Indian Open, I think it was day two, Bhuller was asked a question which would interest our viewers as well. He said, "Why is it that Punjabis uh, take to a sport like golf?" And this guy comes up with a brilliant answer. He says, "Number one, I'm amused by the question," and then he says that, "Look, this game is for fighters." And Punjabis by nature are fighters. We are warriors. We don't give up. We give it all. So he says this suits our temperament, and it definitely suits me. And that was, I think, I mean, it was a very candid answer coming from Gaganjeet there, and I loved it.
Yeah, it's an apt response to the question.
Yeah,
A very justifiable answer.
yeah.
Bit of an interesting time for Angad Chima to see and test his short game skills. So asking for referee, I presume.
Yeah, I think he needs some assistance there.
I think
To
he's
understand.
telling or take that there is a sprinkler head or something over there,
Yeah.
which
Looking for
I
some
think
relief.
his stance is ending up into.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, it'll be a very fortunate break
Yeah.
because we cannot see that ball. That means it's nestled down. There you have it, Mr. Sampachari giving him relief from what would appear to be a sprinkler head, and this would make a world of a difference. From having to chip it, he can now pretty much do whatever he wants from that good a life.
Talking about Sampachari, I think he should write a book. The guy who has seen Indian golf from so close, I don't think anybody can match his observations or his reading.
I understand he's writing a book, but I want somebody to do his DNA analysis also. Week in, week out,
Yeah.
hailstorms, scorching heat,
Yeah.
freezing cold. He is never seen wearing anything other than that one t
One
shirt.
T-shirt, yeah, true.
If somebody goes to his wardrobe, I don't think he'll find anything other than t shirts.
Any woolens there? Yeah,
No chance.
yeah, that's amazing. Full. I mean, you go to him for any doubts or anything, and he clears it in no time. And he's willing to spare you time. That's the best part about Sampath.
Yeah, he is a very big asset to the tour and the players. He's been like a very big pillar to support all the players and the sponsors. It's fun to talk to him. He does let you know how things are in plain, simple black and white. With Mr. Chari, there's no gray.
Yeah.
The only gray is when he takes my golf clubs and tries to hit the golf balls. That time I'm worried about the amount of balls left in my golf bag. Otherwise,
But he's a gem of a person.
absolutely.
I also remember the days when he went on a fitness drive. Uh, I don't think he stuck to it for too long. Oh, what a mess!
Oh, that would have
That should hurt.
That would definitely hurt.
That should hurt Rahil. See,
He did a very very strong shot into this flagstick, and
see,
the ball's done everything other than just gone into
Yeah.
the hole.
true. The two putt from that distance is a strict no. Let's see what Khalid does.
Crucial time for Khalid, as
That he
this
should
is
get.
a very makeable putt,
Yes,
but
yeah,
he's done brilliantly.
very nicely stroked.
He seems to have dropped two shots on hole number 9th and 10th. So all the steam which had gathered up has seen a bit of a
Oh, after
speed
three.
bump in terms of hole
on,
9th and
yeah,
10th.
he has dropped a shot on either side of the turn, so that should, you know, impact his confidence, especially after a hat trick of birdies on the front nine.
Yes, and that long distance putt holder will make life smoother and easier for Yashas as he walks his way towards the hole number 11.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
Seems to have hit it a further bit away than he would have wanted. I think that's Saptak, if I'm not wrong. I'm not really sure. No, that is Shaurya Bhattacharya playing alongside Abhinav Lohan and Aryan Rupanan.
It's a huge green, and the placement of the pin actually helps the guys to actually approach the green in a way that where they can use the the size of the green.
It is a very tricky green. You can see all three players have
Yeah,
were. I mean, they were not able to find the green in a regulation
this
play.
is yeah,
I think Lohan's the closest on the fringe, electing to putt from
yeah,
that far out.
just off the first cut. Let's see. Oh, this is rolling well. Well done. Well done from the distance.
Yes, very well done for
Very
the
well
distance
done.
department. He has left himself inside 3 feet for his par attempt.
Given the size and where he was with his approach, I think two putts are any day anybody would take.
Yeah, from that far out, two putts is a welcome receiving bonus which you could take off and walk, because dropping a shot is very, very realistic on this
Yeah,
particular hole.
sure. Sorry.
Now here's a look at our leader Angad Chima on the tricky 11th hole. Sheer length of that shaft says it's a lengthy club coming in, something like a 6 or maybe 5 iron.
Well done.
Yeah, he seems to have hit it very nicely into the correct spot, not too far away from a makeable putt attempt for birdie.
And also, his line was so good.
It's very interesting on par threes when you, especially lengthy par threes, when you hit it short and there is substantial hang time on the ball and it's
Yeah.
trailing the flagstick. You're never sure that how close up
How close you're going to
or
get. Yeah.
away is it
Yeah.
going to be from the hole.
True. Talking about par threes, how do you normally approach a par 17th? I mean, the par 17th of the DGC.
Uh, Luckily, par threes have been something easy for me. So I always make sure not to access the old top right side of that green,
Okay.
because it brings hell of a lot of trouble into play.
Yes,
Other than
that's true.
that, always try and work your way from the
Conservative
center
with your
towards
thing.
the
Yeah.
flagstick.
Okay. Okay.
That's one flagstick I don't think is
No, but
something
what
which you
if
need
it
to mess
is
around.
placed closer to the right side of the green?
Center half of the green, no chance.
Okay.
Rather rely on the putter than walking off with a gimme.
Yeah.
Because over the years, you've seen such big numbers happen.
Yeah. That's why I asked you, because that's one hole that, I mean, I find it very difficult when I play. I mean, given my limited skill sets,
I mean, even
it
if we look
becomes,
at every time any tournament is being live telecasted on that venue,
yeah.
you can actually count the balls on a handful when, in terms of approach shots coming inside a makeable range.
Yeah.
Because it's something like an 8 iron and a high towering 8 iron onto a very small plateau.
Plateau. True.
And if you're short, you bring being embedded, plugged into the bunker into
Seriously.
play.
Yeah.
If you're long, you bring up that
That
entire
end. Yeah.
uh, back half of a very thick rough come
Yeah.
into to play.
And if you, by chance, if you overhit it, you are dead.
Overhitted means
You're gone.
your chip would end up in the center half of the green, because it's not stopping on that
Yes,
flag
it's not stopping. Yeah.
unless
It
you
just
hit the
rolls
flag
over.
stick
True.
or
Yeah.
something happens like that. It's gotten more in. It's gotten a little interesting DGC with the new greens.
Yeah.
I mean, appear to be wider, but upon playing, you understand there are very few flag sticks available over there, because there's so many away slopes happening on either sides of it. There's in the background Mr. G. Milka Singh and Honey Basoya. Jeev sir is more interested in his swing rather than the putt at hand, rehearsing his stroke. He's wondering, let's get on with this and move on to the next hole. I want to hit my tee shot.
Yeah. Great to see Jeev staying fit all this while, because he had his issues with his wrist for a very long time.
I remember he used to walk with a some kind of a doctor's prescribed wristband or some
Kind of a brace, yeah. Yeah, true,
taped
yeah.
wrist on
Yeah,
his left
yeah,
hand.
yeah, yeah.
His
I mean,
round,
for a golfer to have a problem with the wrist is serious.
yeah, quite dangerous.
Yeah. Well done. That's
Yash
it.
is
Very
from
well done.
that far out from the fringe has hit a very good lag putt. And here's a look at the newly wed Honey Basoya.
This was a miss.
That was a
Clear
miss. I wonder his attention is on the round or what he needs to explain when he goes back. Fun character Honey Basoya also to hang out with. Ever so mischievous and goofing around.
I remember seeing him as a teenager playing in the junior circuit. Used to have those tournaments at the DGC for juniors, and he was one of the front runners there.
He's always had that star quality among himself.
Yeah.
I remember he played well somewhere, and I was discussing with him, and he told me, "You don't remember me, but I used to see you when we used to be in Golden and come with our parents
Okay.
playing the junior tournament." I was like,
Okay.
"Okay, how old have I gotten?" But so is the nature of golf and life. Things have to keep getting
Yeah.
better and upwards. Here's a look at Angad on the 11th hole after that very, very strong approach shot on the par 3.
Again, no problem with the distance here.
No problem. There's just a little bit of a break issue, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looks disappointed.
Yeah.
Seriously disappointed. Yeah, because it was a makeable putt.
It was one of those easier uphill
Yeah.
makeable putts for him. Here's another look at a player on the tricky par for 15th hole. There's one ball on the green. I'm presuming Muniappa walking straight up could be him.
Back to the seventh.
Yeah, back to the 7th hole. If this putt is coming out from this distance, it has to be a very, very lengthy putt. Once Ankur Chadda left himself a sizable putt. Okay, that's interesting. The man on the left side of your television is his elder brother, who generally caddies for him in tournaments. But
Oh, he's got the
today
line.
he's got the line
right?
and
Not the
just a little
distance.
short on the distance part. Yeah.
He has read the line beautifully. I thought he was just there.
Yeah, his brother generally caddies for him. And now I'm wondering what is he doing over there. He's in the city, but not doing the caddy work. Maybe a bit of a brother stiff. I don't think Ankur would do that because his brother is way bigger in size than him.
Now, for these pros, do they engage just about any local caddy, or are they very particular about a particular individual to
Well,
caddy
for
for them?
most of the times, a lot of players have their regular caddies from their home courses traveling with them.
Okay.
But sometimes just purely because of effectiveness on the wallet, players take caddies from the home course.
Local clubs,
But
yeah.
those local caddies, because people have been playing for so many years, also become that local caddy for that particular week.
For them. Yeah.
Every time they are
They're
visiting
in
that
town,
particular
yeah.
venue.
True. Yeah, that I can understand.
Like I tried to take a regular caddy for some time, but just didn't work out for me.
Yeah.
Then I started shortlisting a few caddies which were always there in maybe RCGC, KGA, BGC, wherever you go. That same particular individual, and that comfort factor does definitely wear in with that regular face which you've seen, because not only is it regular, but it breeds a feeling of comfort in you having the same person being around.
Yeah. Oh, missed it.
Yeah,
This was a
Trishul
bad shot.
seems to have not read the
Yeah,
line.
he just didn't read it at
As
all.
line,
He just rolled it. I think he just assumed that
yeah,
it was a
but
straightforward
it would have
batting.
given a very good look to Ankur Chadda because he's pretty much on the similar lines.
Yeah. And this is Kalin is 12 and so is Dhruv, isn't it? Is Dhruv?
Dhruv is at 12 and Yashas is also at 12.
And Kalin
Cullen is 1 under par for the day, which makes him
after
at 10
11.
under par
After 11, right?
after 11. What you see on your bottom half of the screens is the is the live leaderboard. We'll soon have it updated as Angad is at 16, Gagan is at 13, and Cullen is at 11. Now, if there is something called as a daylight robbery, that was exactly it. That ball did everything rather than just settling into the bottom of the hole. Here's a look at Rashid Khan on the difficult 15th hole. Gave it a nice whack. Unfortunately, the line was a little bit off, and that should and would be his par cleanup. As Muniappa also cites himself for his birdie attempt coming up on the 15th hole. Muniappa had that beautiful eagle on that tricky 7th hole, signature hole of the golf club. He played it like a dream. It's good to see him being able to come back and play again after the severity of his injury with his back. Extremely talented man and has achieved some big feats, as so is the case with his putt. Does not seem to be very interested in the outcome of the result, but let me tell you, he had given it every concern taken care of when he was reading that part. That's not something as a player or a viewer anybody wants to see or expect, but unfortunately, it has happened with Sachin. Missed out from a short length with the putter, and Azhar on hole number 7th with his third shot has found the putting surface and is not that far out. It's a very calculated, measured approach which is hit. Well, here's a look at the leaderboard. Angachima at 15 under par, Gaganjeet at 13, Kalin at 12, Mikhail at 12, Dhruv at 11. But all of these scores will soon be updated, and you'll have a look at what's happening as Gaganjeet has made a birdie on hole number 12th and moved an inch closer to Angachima, where he finds himself at 12 under par. Now you see Azhar trying to take a more diligent look about his putting stroke, which he's going to impart on that golf ball, because it is a tricky read on this green, as we've seen so many players three putt from that distance. Let's hope Azhar has dialed it in nicely and has read it well, because his approach was absolutely what we would call a textbook approach on this hole. He went a little long and a little right. So if somebody is trying to understand to get better at his scoring, these are the spots which you need to take care of and understand. And the ball seems to be on a very good line. Let's hope it finds the exact distance. Very good putts, just came up a bit short. Not easy to read that green. Azhar's been enjoying a good stretch of good finishes, as he played really well in Gujarat as well as his home course, which was Wooty Masters, which was held at the Wooty Golf and Country Club. Well, as the day progresses, players are getting more and more comfortable with the lines, as we can see with the rolls which has been put. But the local man Harinder Gupta, multiple tournament winner on our tour, does not seem to be very happy with that, and it could be understandable, as he's won not only won a few times, he's won on this golf venue, and it is his home course. Samat taking all the calculations into play, as he has hit a very good stroke and will be happy with the outcome of that result. Samat, as hi Samat, we can see you. Thanks for the wave. And Okay, so let's unlock this mystery. Hole number 15 is where Sudhir is playing. Yeah, so it's Jairaj Sandhu, the left-handed local lad from whom Neha has been caddying for. I was trying to figure out who she's caddying for. It's Jairaj. I like this. Both caddy and player following pursuit exactly aim point going to the letter. Now, here's a question for both of them. If they miss this part, whose fault would it be? Because they have mirrored each other exactly the same way and pointed out at exact same line. I think Jairaj will be on the brunt of hearing it because the only excuse which uh, Neha can give is that you didn't hit it. So I'm hoping that Jairaj hits this part and finds the bottom of the hole. Otherwise, there'll be a funny conversation. Oh, so now who's to be blamed? Because he's hit the part, he's gone on the line, but it still missed out. Well, I'm sure I'll have the answer to this after I've had a conversation with both of them for tomorrow. So that's one more reason for you to stay tuned and watch into live golf, which will be aired on your screens tomorrow as well on these same portals. Yeah, no words exchange between the player and the caddy. Only, or maybe the camera is too close by. There you can see SSP going about his business the merry way he does, calm, collected, and composed. Bushnell is not doing its job. Yeah, maybe the batteries have powered down. Well, a quick update for the viewers with the live scoring. Angad is still the leader. He's 4 under for the day, and in his very close pursuit is Gaganjeet Bhullar, who's at 14 under and is also 4 under for the day. And both Dhruv and Yashash Chandra are at 12 under par respectively. But the good thing is that Dhruv is at 6 under par, so I won't be surprised if he can better his tally and work his way a little closer to the leaders. In close pursuit to that is a trio of Sunit, Khalin, and Rahil. All three players are respectively 3 under, 2 under, and 3 under for their rounds. This is the first look at the 18th green. Very reasonable flag position on the 18th hole by Mr. Chari. So as I was mentioning, there are 6 ways of cutting out holes. 6 really difficult, 6 moderate, and 6 easy. This seems to be one of those easier ones. Pukraj,
How do you make the seventh one any easier on any of the 4 days?
the only way it can be easier is a relatively simpler flag position in this heart of the green. That's about it. Otherwise, it's a monster which challenges your ball striking to the core. Nicely done by Pukraj, cleaning up on his round. And the cap off and the customary handshake suggest only one thing, that these boys can head back, submit their scorecards, and enjoy the delicacies of the clubhouse. Chandigarh, known for his culinary delight. I'm sure some chicken tikkas and all will be thrown around.
Sure. It looks less than a foot away. I mean, just about a foot away.
Yeah, it's maybe less than a foot away, but I just hope Mr. Chari is not less than a foot away from him because that's some substantial time on that
Yeah.
putt.
True.
Nicely done.
Wasn't too sure, probably.
Yeah, it's better to back off and take your time, but be very careful. There are dangers lurking around on four wheels.
Yes.
As long as they are not inside, you can take as much as time as you want. But if they are around, be careful. 40 seconds can feel like a blink of an eye.
But on these domestic tours, do you have these like marshals, a good number of marshals on the go?
The Professional Golf Tour of India makes sure that there are four referees at any given point of time on the golf course. So that's enough marshalling required.
Yeah, that's enough.
Plus, the players in themselves are very meticulous about all of this. But four referees on a venue is way more than enough.
I remember when Mr. Chaudhary used to be there earlier. He's a legendary name when it comes to being the referee, the boss of the course. And he would go around all over the DGC. As a very strict guy. Missed it.
The more famously known as Appa is not happy with his stroke. Appa is a very, very diligent, very hardworking man, and the only thing which can give him happiness is picking up trophies week in, week out. Remember one of those days when we were playing a tournament in Panchkula, if I'm not wrong, or I think it was Panchkula only. And I was doing my putting. Oh, very narrow miss for Sachin on hole number 16. Yes, I was doing my putting drills and Muniappa comes up and says, मेरा putting नहीं गिर रहा है, देखो क्या होता है. I tried to help him out for 5 minutes or so, and then I told him do this, that, whatever, and he was trying to do all of that. And in the midst of it, I just asked him how have you played today? Say very bad putting, बहुत खराब खेला, 7 under. I said, don't waste my time. In fact, let's do the reversal of roles.
Yeah.
You please stand behind me and explain to me how to reach that number. And then he gave me a description of no, it could have been 9, it could have been 10, and so is the case with everybody.
Yeah.
Whatever number you are at, you think you could have done a shot better or two.
Normally, what would you say? I mean, obviously, lower the number of putts needed on a day is obviously better. But what is the average that Indian pros take on the domestic tour?
Well,
On a good round.
on a good round, you could be somewhere, you would definitely want to be inside 28. 28 number of putts taken, that will get you closer to your desired results.
And usually everybody takes around 30, 32.
32 or more. Because putting is half of the game. And trust me when I say this, nobody is happy with the putting stroke or the number of putts they've holed out.
Okay.
They could be unhappy or moderately happy about their driving or hitting accuracy, but nobody is happy about his putt.
That day we had a course record on the DLF, and this guy who got the course record, he hit a 81 on day one and a 62 on day two, which was a course record. A 19-hole shot swing over 24 hours, and one of his shots, I think it was on the 8th or something, it hit the sprinkler. It could have gone anywhere. It found its way into the hole.
Wow.
Which was the craziest shot probably I've heard
You would
about.
have seen or heard about
I
it.
couldn't see, but That's the kind of things that can happen on a golf course. Imagine 81 on day one, 62 on day two.
Yes, these are the funny things which we are talking about. Golf has so many levels of highs and lows. You could be expecting something and walk off with something
Yeah.
else.
9 over on day one, 10 under on day two. How do you explain that?
It's just nothing short of a miracle, nothing else. So then cleaning
Big
up,
boy.
yeah, cleaning up on the 15th hole and tap in for Shivinder also left up to clean up his 15th hole and walk towards the long 16th hole.
Oh, he is, I think, overhit it. Yes, by a
Ex-
mile. That looked like it. The moment it left the club, one could make out.
Yeah, that ran like it had some dancing shoes on. Ajay not happy with the result and understandably so. Here's a look at what seems to be the 18th hole approach shot by Arjun. Yeah, that's the 18th hole. So let's see how Arjun fares about his approach shot. Arjun Prasad is at 1 over for the day, a total of 2 under par.
There's a short water has it there. Little pond.
That's not a little pond, it's a sizable
Oh,
water
it's a
hazard.
sizable one,
Yeah,
really.
it's a
Yeah, I'm sorry.
sizable
I
one.
only saw part of it initially when the camera panned. Then I could see a little more.
And when and if it's tomorrow's legendary flag positions by Mr. Chari, that water will have some ducks
That is
going
correct.
around.
Yeah, I mean, it. I'd love to see the water hazard come into play. Everybody avoids it, obviously, but
Yeah, especially because it's a dog leg hole left to right, and if the flag is
placed.
placed
Yeah,
far right, actually appears that the flag stick, you can't see the bottom half of the green, right? So it actually appears that the flag stick is inside the hazard.
inside the pond.
It's quite a tantalizing tee shot. Sorry, I'm sorry, not the tee shot, the second shot.
The approach. Yeah.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशे
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Marginally different from rest of the players, but if you look at the season, what Trial's been having last season too now, from where he picked up after that injury, he's been second, top 10, second, top 10, something like that.
Super.
And having known him for years, I know how good a ball striker he is. So definitely back him up with the times of accuracy of the tee or green percentage, GIR.
I remember in the around 2004, 2005, 2004 in particular, when Vijay Singh was on a roll, when he became world number one, when he dethroned Tiger Woods. That was the time when his GIR percentage was something like 93%. That was mind boggling. I mean, he hardly missed anything. He hardly missed a green in regulation. That means only if his short game had to be, in place, you can imagine the kind of low scores he would hit round after round.
Yeah, for those kind of results, for to dethrone Tiger or reach the top of the sport, everything needs to be spick and span and shiny.
And when he dethroned him, I think Tiger had something like some 280 odd weeks
As the number one
as world
spot.
number one, and then he beat him on the last. I mean, on the last round, which was till day three. I think Tiger was still ahead. Day four of the Deutsche Bank Open, Tiger Woods fell by a shot. I mean, that was like on the 18th. It was decided.
Wow. Talk about drama.
Yeah, it was filled with drama. Boston, I recall that I was there on the course that day, and to see Tiger getting dethroned and Vijay being,
Yeah.
that was his coronation time. I mean, never thought that Tiger would leave that spot in a hurry, but yes. But Vijay Singh, I mean, everybody spoke about these two guys that week, and it turned out like a tailor-made finale.
That extremely soft touch and delightful chip by Azhar was no mean feat from that heavy rough. He just made that chip putt look so very simple. Madhul's calm demeanor is just exactly like he plays golf. He just goes about his business quietly, softly.
True.
Very hardly have I heard a word out of his mouth.
Good
And
one.
we have
Good.
traveled a few destinations together. That's a very good putt by Arjun. Got fooled by the break a little bit. He thought it's less than that it is.
It's clearly not happy. Of course, it's a almost like a given, but
Yeah, but I'm sure he'll give it the due diligence.
usually the 18th hole, at least the greens are a little up and down, making it a little challenging. Uh,
This green also
this
has a
one has it?
it's a
Yeah.
two-tiered green, and it's something shaped like a kidney bean from
Okay.
shaping from your left to the right.
Okay.
So yeah, there is, and also on top of it, it's not only a two-tiered green, but it's backside to down inclined.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see the degree of challenge
Yeah,
that it presents
serious
to
serious
the.
challenge.
Yeah. Because no point in keeping the last hole a little easier.
I think the
Being a
simplest,
par four,
yeah, the simplest green I've seen in terms of power of being the easiest is the 18th hole in Tolly Club.
Okay.
Tolly's 18th hole is a par 3 green, which is the simplest green
Par
you
three on
on
18th?
18th par
Okay, that's a
3.
rarity. Yeah.
And thank God they've kept it simple because it is a lengthy hole and a very narrow and small green.
So
But
for a par three, what is the kind of yardage you have
it's
there?
a 7 or a 6 iron hole.
Okay.
And there are OBs and bunkers lurking around, which are really in
Yeah,
play.
that poses, I think, a certain amount of challenge.
It does certainly pose a challenge.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, good morning to, sorry, it's good afternoon to all the viewers. I'm Aditya Chauhan, and this is my co-host, Mr. Rakesh Rao, sir. We will be giving you live coverage of today's day as it progresses. We're getting some stellar golf being aired on it, so stay in the comforts of your home if you're not in Chandigarh. And if you are in Chandigarh, I would advise to step out and see real life action happening in your Tri City. It's being aired on various portals, the AVP Live Network, and Eurosports. So get in tuned and enjoy beautiful scenic views of the Chandigarh Golf Club and players taking advantage and showing why they are doing this for a living.
The on course temperature seems to be pretty okay there.
I guess the wind seems to be taking the
Yeah,
heat off.
true.
Plus, we're
I don't
still
see.
in
Yeah.
that kind of temperature zone in at least in North India,
North
where it
India.
is, it's not that extreme for the moment.
True.
Karandeep would is not happy with that result, but because that putt was the ball was really tracking the hole. Let's see what Ajitesh has to say about his putting stroke. I'm sure this ball is going only one way in the bottom of the hole. Here's a look at the updated leaderboard on your screens.
After 12. Yeah.
Angad has been joined by Gaganjeet Bhullar as Gagan has found himself at 5 under par for the day and has reached 15 under par.
So we have a two-man leader group.
Yes, it's a two-man lead for the moment, and let's see how it transpires through the course of the day. As
And Dhruv has dropped a shot.
Dhruv's dropped a shot, moving him to 11 under par and 5 under for the day. Rahil is at 4 under par, which puts him at 12 under par. So, interesting times in the leads being not so much exchanged, but co-joined by Buller with Angad Chima at 15 under par.
And interesting to see Rahil quietly making his way up. Very discreet, very smoothly has done there without looking, too flamboyant in his approach.
That's the beauty about Ryle. His game is in terms of greens being hit in regulation
miss.
versus
What a miss.
that's not a happy sight for the homegrown star Karandeep.
He's missed a few. Yeah,
Yeah, the putter
he's
seems
making
to
it
have
very clear what he thinks of that shot.
more than the player. I believe the putter is not happy with that result.
So suddenly Angad Chima, who was leading by 3 shots at one point, now finds himself in the company of Buller.
Yes, Buller's made his way up to the ranks of fighting up in an upward direction above being 5 under par and total of 15 under par. And he's got some serious holes left to play with. Yeah, Buller
Successive
birdied
birdies. Yeah.
on hole number 12 and 13.
And the 13th hole, if you see, every single day, like the second hole for him, he has either birdied or eagled.
Yeah, so he's played it 3 times and he's 4 under par for the hole.
4 under par for 3
That's
days.
commendable.
Absolutely.
And that's how it is with all the players who are at the top of the leader. They certainly try and take advantage of the par fives.
Yeah.
And Buller has shown that. And it's a very good chip shot from Udyan on again a par five, the 16th hole.
And where does Udyan find himself on the leaderboard?
Udyan's Udyan's a little far out. He's 1 under par for the day and is at 8 under par.
For the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, he's picked up 2 birdies and dropped 1
And he's
shot.
got 5 pars on the trot.
Yeah.
Still in search of another birdie of the day. Rahil is now lurking behind the leaders. Good ball.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Shiveda's short game seems to be on point.
Mikhail has tripped rather badly. He's 2 over for the day.
Yeah,
At one point, he was just behind the leaders.
Mikhail's not having fun on the back nine of the golf course.
Yeah.
He's dropped more shots than he would have liked. Being 2 over par for the.
What has he done?
He's made a bogey on the 10th and a bogey on the
13th.
13th. That's 10 seems to be bothering him a bit, but
No, I mean, imagine on the par 5 13th, on the last 2 days, he had birdies. And today he had a bogey.
yeah,
He
not
must
a.
have gone too aggressively there. Just trying too hard, perhaps.
It's possible. The tee shot ends up in a very narrow position, but if you hit it well, it gives you something like a 7-9 in, depending on your length. And I've played with Mikhail. Mikhail has got serious length with him, so
Okay.
it could be a possibility of a Aaron tee shot. Otherwise, bogey on 13th is a very rare sighting.
And when you do well on the previous 2 days, I think your club
Comfort.
selection, I mean, you know exactly what you need to do. You only the pin position changes, the rest of it remains the same. So you just have to make that little
Yeah, little.
adjustment to your shot making or whatever. But to bogey the hole which you have birdied on the 2 previous days, I think.
A conversation between Akshay and his caddy is only one thing, that the line was that far out and not what we intended to. That is always the case with every player. If you made it, you are 100% of what had to be done and what has done. But if you miss it, then
Then
what had
you
to be done could have been done and should have been
should have been
done. All
done.
those things come into play, and it's just a conversation which is futile.
And the best part of it is they're wise enough to know that it's futile and still they engage in that. So I think it is adding just to let go of that steam, which is beginning to build in you. Then you so that you can focus on the next hole. So you leave everything on this hole and then you move to the next tee box.
That's a good up and down by Udin, and he himself is acknowledging that as a fact, because that was a very mild fist pump from the peaceful warrior which he claims himself to be, which is actually true about him. He's always relaxed and comfort in that comfort zone of his
And
own.
he's also one of those communicators, I mean the way he puts his point across. Udayan, I somehow like that boy. There's something nice about him.
Yeah, he's always inquisitive, inquiring, and trying to figure out how to better himself.
Yeah, yeah. The student in him, you can see. Wow,
He's
that's
always
a good
alive.
one
That's a
again.
very good,
Very good one. It's a good attempt.
yeah, that's a very good
He's positive about it.
long distance putt by
Yeah,
Sunith from that far out.
it's a good one. Okay, so he's finishing good.
Yeah, that's a golfer's journey in life is quite amazing. I remember when Udin was turning pro, and he was we were having a conversation. He was asking me about this or that or something like that. And after his appearance in Olympics, I was asking him a thing about this or that or this. So it's
Yeah,
quite a career option to choose upon. We were seeing the funny side of it, and he was telling me, "Remember that?" I was like, "Oh yeah, that was a conversation long time ago we had."
this time I remember Shubhankar talking about a possible place in the Olympic squad,
Oh, that'll be amazing.
and I mean he still has to do some work. That like Anirban is trading as far as the world rankings go. So, and he was talking about how you I mean, he doesn't get as many points as he would like to because of the choices that he's made. So,
I don't think Liv went in the beginning half of their this thing had world ranking points, did they?
no, they didn't.
Yeah, so that would have
They were out of
further
points.
distanced
Yeah,
Lahiri even more if
yeah,
that was the case. Because since the induction of Liv, he's been playing there and he's
yeah.
been playing very well.
He's been playing well, and like I had asked him, I said, by this decision. He said, "I have to put some food on the table in any case." So
I don't know what kind of food Larry is talking about, but
that's why we all had a
yeah.
laugh. He said, "Okay." Something similar to what Jeev said when he declared that he would be playing on the senior tour
Senior tour.
after his 50th birthday. So
That just means one thing. We'll have to ask Larry to invite us for dinner at one point of the day or the other.
yeah.
Might turn out to be a very expensive dinner in case he calls us people at his current location.
Yeah.
Just catching the flights will be
Yeah, that would be quite something. True.
quite the thing.
Missed. Oh, you got it. I thought it was rolling just a bit. I mean, it was
Yeah,
dangerously close.
It
to
looked
the
like
left, yeah.
it
Missing
could
it.
miss on the
It
left
could,
half of the
yeah,
green of the hole, but
But
sometimes
the way it was
golf is
traveling, it
fortunate.
just stood straight. I thought just a bit, maybe 1 degree
Yeah, it looked like he's healed
off
the
the
putt
course.
and it's
Yeah,
going left.
exactly. Yeah,
Looked like that.
looked like that.
Because I guess it had enough steam to.
Just stayed on course.
That's Amar trying to clean up for his par attempt, what we would
Yes,
presume.
it's easy. Rashid Khan. I hope tomorrow we have some kind of a larger gathering than this. A gallery which can be called as one.
Yes, it often so happens that we see a substantial amount of galleries gathering up on the final rounds of the various venue, and Chandigarh being a very sporty city in itself, does
Wonderful city. I mean,
yeah.
one of the finest, if you ask me. And of course, it's a sporty city. Yes, it has
A lot of
has a heart for
players
sports.
get acknowledged by the members also,
Yeah.
and rightly so, because this golf course has produced such talented golfers, all the way up from G. Milkha Singh to the youngsters in terms of Jairat Sandhu.
Yeah.
There's so many winners who have come through there: Harinder Gupta, Karandeep Kochar, Ajitesh Sandhu, Shubhankar.
Not
Okay,
Shubhankar, of course, moved to
Shubhankar
later,
later half
yeah,
moved on,
later.
but Yuvraj Sandhu,
Yuvraj Sandhu.
quite a few people.
Yuvraj hasn't been having a good form this season and the
I think
later
he's
part
still
of the
getting
season.
accustomed to commuting.
Okay.
A lot of I think this is his, in all fairness, his first year of so much commute happening,
Okay.
where he's playing on the Asian tour, coming here, trying to get onto the European tour. I guess he'll need one odd season to settle in, and by then his true natures, what he showed us last year, will come
year
out.
was brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
The fight between Manu Gandas and
Manu Gandas
Yuvraj
and
was
this,
unreal,
Or
absolutely
was the
unreal.
last tournament deciding it?
Yeah, the last tournament last week deciding
Last week
everything what is
deciding
happening.
everything, yeah.
They both
The
were
way
at each
overtook,
other's
yeah.
throat. I think they combined, both of them lodged up 11 wins.
11 wins. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, I for one at one point thought that that it would be just one man winning the order of merit,
yeah.
and I didn't consider that man was Manu.
Yeah.
I mean, that one guy was anybody else other than Sandhu. But Manu, the way he made it,
Manu did
was a
the
late charge. Yeah.
Manu did Rahel's job, kept coming quietly under the radar.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember we were playing in Chennai, and Manu was playing behind my group. And the second we would walk off the green, there was a ball right next to the flagstick. Uh, as fun as it is to watch, it's quite irritating at after a little while. And I know Manu quite well, and he's such a sweetheart.
Yeah.
I wanted to just tell him that, bro, at this rate, and it was day two, if I'm not wrong. At this rate, nobody's stopping you.
Nobody's talking.
And that was the case. He walked off with the trophy.
Yeah.
And the next week was the other guy's turn.
Yeah.
It was like they were trading blows, serious blows with each other. Here's a look.
Good to see that kind of rivalry, if I may use the word. But it's great to see that happening
Yeah,
in
with
the
the
field of
with the
sports.
induction of world ranking points, the
Yeah.
prize purse going up,
Yeah.
we're seeing some really extremely talentful performances by a lot of players.
Yes.
Look at Om Prakash last
Om
year,
Prakash, yeah, exactly.
crazy. I mean, there was hope for a lot of people, but Om Prakash didn't let off. He just
And
kept
he got
going
his
at it.
opportunity to play in the Indian Open
Yes.
straight away.
I was having a conversation with him, and I was asking him what's happening over there. So he told me, in the peak of whatever weather it is, I'm wearing at least 3 layers and practicing to just get accustomed to what is happening over there.
Okay.
And I can imagine just getting, if a thin cardigan is on, you feel that your swing speed's gone down.
Yeah.
Imagine doing that with
With
three
three
layers
layers.
and the weathers and the winds being
Whatever.
non-favorable.
Yeah, I can imagine. Tough.
Because transitioning is quite difficult, I believe, over there. It's easier for the Indians when they are doing that in the Asian subcontinent. Because conditions are pretty much similar.
Yeah, true.
It's mild winters to extreme heat.
Extreme.
And we're used to all of that.
Like wish we had more regulars on the world tour. I mean the DP World Tour there. That would have been great because we don't have very high numbers there, right?
Not really. I mean, Shiv's there. At one point in time, what we had, Jeev, Jyoti, Shiv, Arjun. These were the players at one point in time regularly in and out.
In and out, yes. From there, they
But the
made it to
pickings
the
have been slim in
yeah,
terms of being on the European tour versus the Asian tour.
Asian
We have
tour.
got more than a handful players
Yeah.
over there.
Oh, that's a good one.
There's a good lag putt on the 15th by Bulla.
Buller is looking good now.
There's the thing about him when he comes in and close around to the lead, he generally makes sure that he gets the job done. So now the pressure from Buller, as I believe, would be felt by Angad.
Seriously. Yeah.
But Angad's been playing also super hot golf.
And they both had a
He's at 4 under par, so he's also not letting go of steam.
and also yesterday both had a 67.
Yeah, that's true.
So they matched each other's tally. So maybe one or both of them will be part of the finale tomorrow.
From the outside of it, I would feel that's the case, that both of them will at least find themselves in the leader group.
Yeah.
It's a matter of either Kalin, Yashish, or
Yeah, one of
Rahil
these,
or
sneaking in,
Dhruv to sneak up to him.
yeah. Dhruv looks good. Rahil could be that man. Depends.
And the only thing is, Yashish, even though he's 2 under par, has
Oh, Yashas has moved up.
yeah,
14 now. Okay.
Yashish is 2 under par for the day, but if you look at this live score sheet, it'll say that he's dropped 2 shots, which is all right. He's still 2 under par. It's just somebody else is playing way far better. Here's a look at Rahil with the putter in hand. Small putt, maybe a little left in firm kind of a putt for him.
He's trying to be among the top three now. Looking for the tied third
Yeah,
spot. Rather.
with the holes closing out, running off very soon. Yeah,
Yeah, that very slight
yeah, that mellow
clenched fist.
Yeah, that kind of a mellow fist pump rather was only about this. Okay, I'm glad with what I
Yeah.
did. It's very good to. I mean, for 4 days, if you walk off with a par on the 15th hole, you have picked up shots on the field. Now, Buller to make him.
Oh, Buller, what have you done?
Wow, that didn't
What
look
have
good
you
from
done?
the impact itself. Rather unfortunate for Gaganji to have three putted after that very good first
See,
putt.
look at the way he just dropped it there. It was not bothered.
Rather unhappy with the
Very
outcome.
unhappy. Very unhappy.
Understandably so, because he's tied for the lead, and it's like just giving away a stroke, as they would say in tennis, unforced error.
Yes, it is very much an unforced error. So does that leave Chima as the sole leader?
That would appear to be the case.
Yeah.
You can see the winds picking up in the backdrop.
Yes. See the pause and
Yeah, it's very easy to recognize Amardeep Malik from way far out right now, with just because of that exaggerated
well,
pause.
it's hard to understand. I mean, people work on their swings for ages, and here is a man who pauses between the swing and then just stops there and then he restarts it. Quite an amazing thing.
I mean, the radius of his swing is definitely increased.
When I'm in the air, whatever thought comes to my mind, I do it. So that means he's himself so unsure about what he was going to do. So here also, I think probably that he takes it right up there and then he decides what to do with his swing and you know just gets that point of contact right. I think every time.
Well, his numbers say that he's doing prolifically well
Yeah.
because he's two under par and a total of nine under par, so he knows exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
That's the most important variable.
True. True. As I say, numbers don't lie. So
Jairaj,
drops it.
what a
Yes.
lovely
That's a good one.
putt from that far out. Okay, that conversation between the player and the caddy can be a little mellower after that putt.
Okay, so he has wrapped up his.
Yeah, they are done for the round. Here's a look at Dhruv on his final hole. Let's see what does he has to say about it. Is that a great run at five under par? This would assume to be his birdie attempt, but let's see what it is. Nicely done.
Very nicely done.
That's yeah. Fist bump means that it's a birdie, and if not, that at least a par.
Yeah.
So he would rather be at five or maybe six under par. As
So he'll be in the second group most probably tomorrow.
if he's birdie, then he would definitely be in the second group.
Second group.
Unless
If not, yeah.
unless some unfortunate things happen up.
Someone, yeah.
Yeah, and the updates are here.
Or if somebody from the lower group comes in and if he
Yeah, that's also a realistic possibility, but
somebody who is
a
up
little
there
unlikely.
finishes strongly, maybe somebody like Rashid.
Only
or
Sunit
somebody-
Sunit can do anything about it right now.
Rashid is done.
Or
Yeah,
Sunit.
okay, Rashid is finished.
Rashid has
around,
finished.
Rashid
his
is
round.
finished. Okay.
That's
So who else is left?
Sudhir cleaning up for his. Abhinav's locked
As
in his
is also-
round. Abhinav, Rashid, and Aryan Rupanan have finished their
They've
scorecards.
finished their cards. Okay. So that leaves you with Bishnoi.
Realistically, Bishnoi
Yes.
or Mikhail.
Yeah. Mikhail.
Mikhail or Amardeep
Oh,
Malik.
Mikhail hasn't finished. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Mikhail's playing the leader group.
Yeah,
Here's a
but
look
then
at,
he's
yeah,
not. But he's not looking good at all.
he's trending the wrong direction.
Yeah.
That's Akbar on the 16th hole. And he's done very well from a very
That's a good
tricky
one.
lie. He was under those trees, which is lies. And so is Amar. Amar has a tricky chip shot coming up from there. It's got to bunker. And the lie also seems to be a little questionable. Let's see how the short game touch is. Oh,
So that
extremely well. He's done very nice. He hit the banks, used the rough to slow down his golf ball, and that is in the makeable percentage from that far out.
and Aditya, as we had seen that dropped shot from Gavinjit Bhuller, that leaves Chima with a one-shot lead.
Yeah, that leaves Seema with a one-shot lead and a very, very well done, very soft touch on the from the bunker by Sunit on the 16th hole. So yeah, Sunit is also at 11 over par. This could be a chance for him to birdie and move up and join the ranks of Rahil and Khalid at 12 under par.
It's a good one. Leaders are on the 14th. Yeah, about an hour. So Chima has regained his position as the leader after being threatened briefly by Gavinjit Bhuller, who is playing one group ahead. So we're in for some very exciting times. All through the day, what we have seen is that most players are leaving their putts a little short, and probably because the speed of the green it starts at almost 7.4, much like yesterday, but players are playing a little more conservatively today, and especially those who are in the mix and for the title, that is they are in the title race. So at least the top 6 to 7 players we have seen leaving their putts way too short, uh, which is probably it has something to do with how the greens are playing today, and they don't want to overhit the ball, they don't want to risk it. Most of them are laying up their approach shots and not playing too aggressively, and that also makes sense because the stakes are high. They don't want to attack needlessly and blow away their chances. So, be it Chima, be it Bhuller, all the top players we have seen playing a tad conservatively today. Gaganjit Bhuller, he had a great chance of building on that momentum that he had, but dropped a shot. The shot just slipped out from very close range, and that was sure to hurt him. And that gave Chima the lead by default. So We do expect Chima, who is the overnight leader, uh, to just stay focused around that. And it's great to see Dhruv Sharon moving to the third spot and sharing the third spot with Yashas. So, and Dhruv has so far birdied seven. He's 7 under for the day, which is a fantastic score, considering that he has also dropped a shot along the way. But no one has come anywhere close to him because nobody has even among the top players, at least the top 6 to 7 players. Nobody has even gone 5 under for the day, and he has gone 7 under. So that gives you an idea of how well this youngster is playing. And he's still in search of his maiden title on the PGTI. And let's just hope that he keeps up the good work. He's 2 shots off the lead, 1 shot off Gaganjeet Bhullar. So a lot can happen. And that's the best part. I mean, he's finished with a score of 13 under, 7 under for the day. And he must be relaxing in the comforts of the clubhouse because he knows that he has had a great round. At least he's 3 shots better than what Bhuller and Gaganjeet could do today. So a lot of credit to the youngster because it's not every day that you get to shoot something like a 65. So we've had a close run so far, and with 3 players, or rather 4 players, separated by just a shot each. So we've got Angad Chima at the top with minus 15. Then comes Bhulla, who has also shot a 4 under for the day, like Chima. He's at he's minus 14 for the tournament so far. And then 1 shot behind him is Dhruv Sharon, who finished with successive birdies on this day to just make amends for that one false shot which he played on the back nine, which had 3 birdies against 1 bogey. So superb run, still anybody's game, anybody's title. And with one full day left, a lot can happen on the golf course tomorrow.
Yes, not enough can be said about what round Dhruv has posted. He's got some good finishes over here. He's come second in G Milka Singh, I remember. So that comfort zone breeds better results from him for the moment. And here's a look at Rahil on the 16th hole, hoisting up nice and high, and brilliant approach shot from him. Just a simple tap in birdie for him, which will trend him to 13 under par. So the course of play as the day progresses is getting hotter, warmer. Players are going deep under par red, and a lot of birdies out there to be made. Gaganjeep, after dropping a shot on the 15th, would be looking to make amends and pick up a shot right back and join the leaders at 15 under par.
Wow!
And
What do you have to say about that?
sheer brilliance, sheer brilliance.
My God.
Not only
What
has
a
he,
shot. And there comes the acknowledgement from Rahil.
not only has he picked up
He has
the,
made amends.
yeah,
You were saying, Aditya, I think he has made a little bit more than that.
he's made way more than that. He's not only made amends by a shot, he's done it by 2, which means he is now the current new leader.
New leader. See why he was trailing by 1, now he's leading by 1. What a shot that was.
Yes, exceptional. We have seen
Chip in eagle.
chip in eagle, a hole out eagle, and a
Amazing.
tap in birdie by Rahil.
So Rahil also gains a rung or 2
yes, Rahil moves up
to tied third, I think.
13 under par, and tied fourth alongside Dhruv. Here's a look at Cullen. Cullen on the I think it's the 18th. No, my bad. It's the 16th hole. And Dhruv seems to have a liking for the 18th hole.
18th hole, he has birdied that as well. So finishes with a card of 8 under, which is a 64 on this course, being a par 72, which is the normal thing these days. Gone are the days where we used to see courses of par 70 and par 71 for a championship course. So absolutely brilliant from this youngster. 8 under for the day, which takes him to minus 14 for the tournament after 54 holes. And Angad Chima, who's leading right up there with minus 15, now suddenly will find himself very soon being overtaken by Bhullar following that amazing chip in eagle. So a lot can happen, as we were saying. Don't write off anybody's chances right now, and it could be anybody's title tomorrow, as I was mentioning a little while ago. So we are going to see people attacking the pin a lot more, and the first half that we saw, the first on the front nine, people were a bit conservative, but as Aditya had mentioned, and he had observed that the holes on the back nine on this course offers you that opportunity to be a little more aggressive, attack the pin, and reap the dividends. So what we saw with Buller just now was only underlined the point with which Aditya made. So let's hope that we see a lot more exciting golf and a lot of more birdies uh, dropping in.
Yes, the players are showcasing why they do this for a living by showing how simple this golf game can be at times.
Just imagine Buller just one hole ago was not. I mean, of course, saying that he was unhappy would be an understatement after missing a par, but from very close when the ball just slipped out and left him almost in a shock. But just look at the way he has made a comeback.
Yes, nothing short of his brilliance as being a champion golfer on so many occasions, stamping his authority of class by that chip in and taking the lead. So, work's cut out for Angad now to follow suit and get up and catch up the new leader.
See how things have just swung. There was a point when Chima had enlarged his lead to 3 shots, and now he suddenly trails by one. So
Yeah, Angad is a little on the left hand side of the fairway. I mean, in the rough of the 16th hole. I just hope he has a clear swing because distance wise, it should not be an issue for him, provided the lie is good. But I think he's pulled out a iron to punch it through in. That means the lie is not good and he can't try and attempt to get close to the green. But I'm sure he'll leave himself with a comfort zone yardage, what each professional has, depending on player to player. I won't be surprised by the end of the day if we have both the players at the similar score because Angad is also in hot streak form and there are a few holes to go about for him.
and he has that tree bothering him. I think that is in the line of his shot.
Yeah. So he's pretty much laid up for his
Laid up,
correct
yeah.
yardage, what he would like to
Yeah.
get it as his third shot.
I mean, he didn't risk taking a
Yeah.
shot at the pin there. He just
I
laid up
I think
very
it's a
smooth.
smarter call. The heroic shot was not is not always the go-to thing
Yeah.
because he's in a position where he does not want to drop a shot.
Yes.
Picking up a shot the correct way is the smarter way, and what he's done as the mark of a good player, and he's just showcased that.
Look at this. That's a good shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot, but
Yeah, still
unfortunately
away
comes
from,
up
yeah.
substantially short. I guess the
Yeah.
winds have flipped because when
The direction
two
was good,
groups
yes.
back, this flag was fluttering
True.
and in the opposite direction, which means it wasn't with the for the favor of the players. And now it's going towards the players. That means they're contending with headwind. You can see the branches behind
Yes.
moving substantially
Absolutely. Yeah. So
because
you need to reassess your shot making, how to,
yes, because
which club to use and how many.
Yashas has got serious length with him.
Yeah.
So if he's come up short, that means it's an issue.
See, again,
Yeah.
that also goes way with.
For the moment, I mean, Mikhail would be really happy if that ball ends up in the bunker. It's a relatively easier shot from the bunker.
Okay.
We still need to hit a brilliant shot like
Yeah.
Sunit did, but relatively, yes, it's a easier shot.
See, once the wind gets a little up, then you have to then resolve, you have to resort to hitting low shots, isn't it? So you have to make sure that you don't keep it in the air for far too long for the wind to come into play.
Yes, that's a very big variable, wind when it comes up. And as we see, as the day progresses, the wind definitely becomes a factor which the players have to contend with. And Dhruv Sharon has done a brilliant job by that. 8 under par in such conditions at a very tricky golf course is brilliant work. He set himself to give himself a very realistic run at his first title.
Yeah.
And Amar going the reverse way of chipping, where he has the left hand lower than the right. Quite a few players are opting to go this way, and he's got a
Wow.
very good result out of that.
Oh my God. It's a lovely one.
Yeah. The more prominent one comes to mind is the English British Open winner. I just slipping my mind. One of the two brothers. That's one way of going about his chipping. Shankar Das does it. Now Amar's started following suit in it, and as long as it's giving dividends, which means the results are positive, I don't think any player would mind holding it in any other
Yeah.
way. Yes, it's not in the conventional coaching manual, but if it's giving results, you
Yeah.
cannot question
Then
the
why not?
process.
Yes,
As simple as
absolutely.
that.
Absolutely.
This particular wind would make 18th hole more interesting because it's dog leg left, dog leg right, and you have to move the ball substantially left to right. And against the wind will be a difficult job because there's overhanging trees which loom pretty much till the middle of the fairway. So you have to start it and the extreme left half of the fairway and then substantially cut it. And the wind coming the opposite direction,
Yeah. Then it
that
adds to
will,
the challenge. Yeah.
yeah, that makes life a little
Misses
difficult.
it.
I think they're not happy with the read because his distance was good. The pace looked nice. I
It's
guess
still a
it broke way
momentum.
more than he would have thought. Some years ago, they added this false part of the green on the left hand side of the 17th, which seems to be baffling players more than they would like. I guess Sunit also fell victim to that. Mikhail needs at least two birdies to make amends and finish the round where he started at, because he's at 9 under par and he started at 11 under par.
11 under par, yes.
Now here is
2 over for
Yashas
the day.
from.
I think he stopped finding birdies. Otherwise, he was making bogeys, which we know.
Yeah.
But it is sadly that his birdie making abilities have just deserted him.
Well, here's his way to make amends and follow suit to what Gaganjit did and
Yes, he can do that.
make amends to a very non favorable round, what he would call it.
It's a very unusual sight, isn't it?
Yeah.
A nice angle. What a ball. What
Yeah.
a ball.
Nearly did
A
it.
lovely shot.
Nearly
Yes.
did it.
Yeah.
So that would mean he should be able to birdie that hole
Yes.
and
Pick up
at
one
least
shot
pick
here.
up one shot
yeah.
back.
Very well done. So there you are. Gaganjit at minus 16. 1 ahead of Chima and 2 ahead of Dhruv. And remember, Dhruv finished with under for the day, the best so far. And nobody is likely to match that number today, for sure.
Well, not only just because the score which he's posted is at 8 under for the day, but even if Buller could, with only 2 holes left, he could at best match it,
Yeah.
because Buller himself is at 6 under par with 2 holes to go.
Yeah.
And 17th, 18th is reasonably birdie. 17th for sure is a birdieable hole. I mean, you would want to walk off with a birdie on that hole. But 18th, yes, with the flag position, it is also in the vicinity of being a birdie hole right now. And the quality of striking which Gaganjit Buller through the years has possessed,
Yeah.
it's not something which we would call unheard of.
Yeah. I mean, he would rely on his approach shot to actually make sure that he has a good chance of a birdie on these 2 holes.
Let's see what the flag stick for Angad has to say, because this is his birdie putt. Rather lengthy birdie putt than he would have expected out. But nonetheless, after that Aaron tee shot, he's made sure that he has a birdie putt. It's tracking. It just needs legs.
Less.
It just was tracking all the
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Just needed legs.
He read the line so well. Just didn't put enough into it.
Sometimes it does happen in the in Indian and the Asian subcontinent, when you're putting into the grain, it gets so slow that one is not expecting, or rather believing,
Yeah.
that it will get that slow. And from the way we were looking at it, we saw the shiny side of the green. That means they were definitely putting into the green.
Yes.
Here's Buller's approach shot on the 17th hole. Let's see how does it go.
Good. It's a good shot. It's a good shot.
Yeah, after the hole out he's had, I think he'll be happy with
Yes.
somewhat of a okay result
Yeah.
by his standards. But all three balls are in good close proximity.
Yeah,
So is
everybody seems
Rahil's.
to be good, yeah.
Yeah. Rahil has a bit of a tricky putt, as we've seen Sanit and a lot of other people being
So
troubled with reading the break on that.
So is it a little up and down here?
It's not more of an up and down. The thing is that the green is again similar. It faces from top to bottom.
Okay.
And but on the left hand side they've added a swale which is pretty much non in play, because there's never a flag stick on over there. But that swale has done one thing. It's throws the ball away from the left to the right.
Okay.
So it counter effects. If somebody's standing over there, he'll feel that it's downhill. That means it's going to be left to right.
Yes.
from depending on which side of the green you are,
True.
where Rahil is.
yeah.
But that slope also plays a part in it. That's what
Alright.
baffled quite a few players.
Okay, that's an interesting observation.
The almost good part is we can see the coin of Rahil a little further up and on the right hand side of where Khalin has marked his ball. So he should get a fair bit of idea. Not that he needs it, but he will fairly get a fair bit of idea. And if you look at very carefully, you can see the right side being a little higher.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But it's also side downhill, so it's more of a matter of matching the line versus the pace. Yeah, you see, first
Stop
it was
shot,
going
yeah.
left to right, and then in
Then
the
it
end,
just-
it just
it just
trickled a
stopped,
little
yeah.
away.
This is tricky, yes, no doubt. Just a little tap. Yeah.
Oh no, Rahel's exactly on the same line. He's replacing his marker. They would have got a very good idea of what's happening.
Yes. Just depends how he strokes it.
I'm sure he's not going to leave it short.
No, no chance. Let's see what Rahil does. Because that one shot would put him.
That one shot gained by Rahil will put him at
It's -5 already. Yeah.
yeah, he'll put him at 6 under par, and he'll be at 14 under par total, in position tied third with Grove.
Third. Right third with Dhruv and Yashas both. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Missed it. See, he wants to break his putter. He also did the same. He
Exact
just-
same thing. You see, in the
same
last
thing that he did.
1 foot, that ball dove the other way. So that's
What a miss. What a miss. What a miss. What looked like a birdie was a missed shot.
yes, it would look like a mere formality has turned out
Yeah.
to be not the case.
Let's see what he does now.
The interesting part for Wooler is that he can actually ram it with a little bit of authority as he's going uphill.
Yeah. He's not in the same position as those two. Let's see, leader. Yes. He saves it.
So that's one more shot.
One more shot.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
Easy flag position by Mr. Chari. I think he should be able to put it on the correct line in the somewhat right hand side of the flag stick.
That's a good one.
He's done
That's a
exactly
good
the same
shot.
thing. He's
Good shot.
done the smarter play and executed it to almost what he would have
Yeah.
intended.
Still a long putt. I mean, if you can hold it, it'll be fantastic.
It's definitely in the makeable range.
Yeah.
And Azhar in the from the other half of the spectrum has also hit a brilliant
He
shot.
has also reached the green.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Both of them have makeable putts, and who's the third playing member? There, Sunit hit a massive drive into that. If
Not bad at all.
absolutely,
My
all
God,
three
all
have
three.
Peppered the flagstick from different,
Yes,
absolutely
from
different angles.
Different angles, yeah. They're all there. And everybody has hit past the flag.
Yes, goes to showcase how brilliant all these players are striking and playing. I mean, it looks very mild, simmered walk by Akbar, but he's also one under par for his round. Moving day and Gaganji, Angad, Dhruv,
It's amazing
Rahil,
that from
all of the
68 to 70 and 70 to 64.
they all are moving in the correct direction. If you look at
They
the
all
players
have
at tight
subpar
10,
scores. Yeah.
other than Mikhail, nobody is less than 3 under par. Mikhail's the only person who's had a dismal day because
Somehow
he's one over.
Lohan couldn't build on that early burst of birdies.
I guess his putter could have helped him up, but even so, he's 5 under par for today.
Yeah.
That's a commendable round in this golf course.
Yeah, because we don't have too many with that kind of a card for the day.
Yeah. I mean, we're feeling the comforts of the AC environment and the cushioned chair, but being out there in the wind competing at that temperature on a tricky golf course,
Yeah.
5 under par is a welcome scorecard.
And Rahil has the same. Could have been -6. Very easily could have been minus
Would have been
six.
-7.
He missed
11th hole
his
part
two.
was also very small. Very,
Yeah, he missed a small one there. Correct. Achha, that was 11th. Correct. Looked. If you ask him, you'll hear all the stories from him. What went wrong? He almost broke his putter.
I think he shouldn't do that because it's a very, very unique custom build putter.
All right.
So in case something happens, I'm sure he has a backup, but won't be a pleasant sight. And knowing Ryle, that's not going to happen. He can compose himself in a second.
Yeah.
Now Amar would be trying to sync this up and further his chances from being 10 under to 11. Very realistic, makeable putt for him.
He makes it. Wow.
Yeah.
Good to see somebody draining from that length.
Good to see that he's consistent with his pause game.
Yeah.
His fist pump was also paused. Fist pump came out, stayed there for a few seconds, then came back. There was no expression in it though. He's got the pause game dialed up.
What happened to Chaurasia today? Jeev and Chaurasia in particular. How did this score today?
SSP's moved 16 spots up by shooting a 3 under par.
He's 3 under
Total
for the
at
day.
3
Okay.
under.
Okay.
Today's 3 under puts him at 3 under par.
And Jeev?
And consistent par round by him sees him drop 2 shots and he's at 2 under par.
So he's dropped 2 today?
You know, I'm saying he's dropped 2 spots in
2
the
spots.
leaderboard.
Okay, yeah.
But a par round sees him at 2 under par.
Okay.
Gaganjit has opened up a 2 shot lead from being chasing by 3.
Yeah.
In very, very impressive scoring. Now Sunit's turn to miss out. Rather very unfortunate, especially on the last hole to experience that after that brilliant shot which he hit. I mean, that drive was excellent. The approach shot was equally good.
Yeah.
It's just the ball had a mind of its own, which it did not want to listen. All right, now what's happening over here? Who's where? There are 2 balls on the dance floor, one extremely close by. And speak of the torchbearer for Indian golf in so many places is Mr. SSP Chaurasia. SSP is 3 under for his round. I think that he's on the 9th hole, the last hole of his.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kept the scorecard absolutely clean. He's made 3 birdies and rest all pars.
And he is on 3 power for the tournament. I mean, on -3 for the tournament.
He's -3 for the tournament.
So all three have come today. Yesterday he ended with a double bogey.
Yeah, that could be a.
And since then he hasn't put a foot wrong all day today. Not bad.
Yeah, that's quite expected from the star player that he is. There's a look at Divyanshu Puja. Divyanshu is using aim point for his chip. So that means he's got a very good lie and is favoring his chances of making it. There's that look, the unique way of Mikhail where he stubs the,
Not enough on it.
yeah, not enough gas on it, putting grip in his forearm and then make sure that happens. Mostly promotes less wrist action. Somebody who has that twitch in the wrist can actually use this and make sure that the wrists are not doing additional added work than required.
Survived.
Yes,
The
narrowly
way it
survived.
looked like it would pitch right in.
And that's Rahil. I
What
guess
was he trying to do?
I guess the ball would have been very deep settled into the rough.
Okay,
Otherwise,
yeah.
at that time, one definitely expects a little bit of a flyer, and from the way the ball has ended, I guess that's the only logical explanation behind it. Cullen from position pole one, as he's in the middle of the fairway, has hit the center of the green.
That's a pretty long putt for him. Now, just look where Rahil is. That puts him in a definite position of, which is that of disadvantage. Massive.
Yes, but what position Buller has put himself is in A1 spot. From here, he can green light any flagstick
Yeah.
on this green.
Yeah. Can just pitch right. He does. He does. So this is a par.
This is a par four, and that's
Four. He's got 2 putts to go. Fine.
got 2 putts to save his par and one to make one more birdie and clear out to be 3 shots clear. So let's see how it goes. SSP is not happy after holding that putt. I guess abysmal 3 under par is not to the standards of that what he's used to. Now, what's important is that Rahil needs to just either chip it in or make sure that he does not drop a shot.
Yes.
As he's had a good day, not as good as he would expected it to be, but he's still 5 under par for the round, which means he's at 13 under par. But he's in a very good lie. He's got his putter out.
Yes. So really roll it in very long distance.
He's done well. He's left himself 3, 4 feet, which is okay.
Which is okay. Which is okay.
That's fine to see a little bit of his pearly whites in that gray in between. So I think he's also saying that I'm fine by what
Yeah,
I've
he's
left
fine.
myself
Yes,
with.
yes. Yeah, yeah. That smile conveys something about him.
That's interesting. Angad's picked up a birdie on the 17th, which means he's one shot back of Bulla.
He's picked
So
up a
it's
shot.
getting more and more interesting. We have people at 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. All the bases are covered.
Yes. I think Aditya, tomorrow we are going to have a cracker of a finish.
Yes, tomorrow will be a very exciting round because a lot of players are in the close proximity of our leaders. And from the scorecards, which we've seen by a lot of people, the leader himself, even Buller, Dhruv, Angad, Yashas, Rahil, 4-5 under par is something which is definitely achievable by a lot of them.
Yashis has done well. Very quietly, he sneaked to, minus 15. So 4 under for the day. That's pretty decent.
Yes, 400 for the day with a drop shot. So just a one blemish on his scorecard.
Yeah.
As you can see, the top five on your right hand corner, the live leaderboard. Gaganjeet at 17, Angar at 16. Yashad has locked his scorecard at 15 under par. Dhruv has finished his scorecard at 14 under par. And Rahil is at 13 under par, which is now Buller's turn to have not hold out his part. I guess that line's troubling a lot of players. They didn't see that much break, but it did break that much.
So is it
It's
a
a
par
par.
save?
It's a
It's a
par
par.
part. It's
It's a
par.
par
Par
save.
secured in. So Buller will post
He'll stay
and
on.
lock in a scorecard of total 17 under par, 7 under for today. So at the moment he is the leader unless Angad can birdie the last hole and join him. All right. Here's for Rahil to safely
Close.
secure his 5 under par with what would seem to be what about a 4 footer.
Even less.
Yeah.
Yes. He does
Nicely
it.
done.
Ryle appears to be the old man on the block.
Yes, Rahil appears to be the old man on the block, and the old man has shot a 5 under par.
Yeah.
So, more or less a satisfying round for him. I know if we had conversations, he won't be happy about it, but 5 under is 5 under par.
500 is 500 for him. So he'll be in the second group tomorrow.
And here's a look at the man who dominated last to last season, Manu Gandas, just quietly walking about and getting about with his business.
And where does he find himself?
Manu is 5 under for his round and is at 5 under par. He's 20 tied 22nd at 5 under par. Got the last hole to contend with. Opposite poles apart, they're playing partners. Manu Gandas, zero to no expressions. And the man on the other hand is Sri Lankan based Thanga Raja, always expressive about something or the other. Thanga is always smiling or doing something or the other. It's fun to play with him when you're playing with him. You get to see the various shades of expressions. Every expression he's got something or the other. I remember he won last year in Vizag. I think he shot a 7 or 8 under par, and he didn't think he's going to win, so he was loitering around somewhere in the clubhouse. It took the uh, administration good about 20-25 minutes to find him. That you won, where are you? I asked him and called him. I don't know. I won. I was going back. I was like, okay. That's the kind of a person he is. He just goes about his business, enjoying life.
It is much like, a 10-year-old, or rather not even 10 years old, rather 9-year-old kid by the name of Hari Krishna. He went on to become India's leading grandmaster after Vishwanathan Anand. When he won his first World Under 10 title, he finished the last round and everybody was looking for him. Where's this boy from India? The first Indian under 10 champion in the world. And this guy was in a rush to go back to his room and watch cartoons. So he
Imaginable.
went and he switched on the television and then he sat in front of the TV. The organizing committee members, everybody is looking for him. Where is this kid gone? So they tried to contact his room. There was no phone in his room because he was staying somewhere. And then they reached out to his hotel, sent somebody to his room, and then they said, and then he said, "Why are you disturbing me?" This little kid, and because the team manager was somewhere, and then he was told that, "Look, you are the world champion." He said, "Okay, it's all right. The prize distribution is in the evening. Let me watch cartoons." So it's much like what Manu was doing. I think he just went around the clubhouse or wherever without bothering about the title.
At serious wind, we just saw the blades of grass disappearing in a hurry when Angad was trying to gauge the wind. So headwind coming up to a flag like that would actually should help stall the ball and make it run less after it's dropped on the hole.
You don't see a lot of these Indians use shades while playing, at least when they walk the
Very few players
fairway.
use shades while they're playing. I guess it helps you see the glare on the greens easier.
Okay.
With all these not only UV protected but G30 lenses which came out some years ago, take that factor away. So you will always you'll never be able to distinguish between the shades of different shades of green.
Okay.
So with the naked eye, it becomes very easy.
He's on the green.
He's on the green, substantial length for birdie, but
It's
can
long
definitely,
way off.
can definitely be made from there. Otik has hit it in a very good spot. He should be able to access and make it closer to the hole. Yash is somewhere in Amardeep Malik's territory, but the ball sitting up well, so should not be that troublesome. I think he got a bit of a flyer. Yasha's also just like Rahil would not want to drop a shot right now.
Yeah.
Rahil's done a great job of posting and submitting that 5 under par after that somewhat of a questionable lie which he had on the 18th, but the chip putt was very good,
one.
and Otik has
This
hit
is a
it
good one.
in a good line, makeable putt for him. If he
Wish
drops
it had
this
a
putt,
bit
he
of-
would be
yeah.
finishing the day where he started off at 11 under par.
I wish he had a bit of a backspin to it. Then it would have been just right.
Yeah, but Greens playing at the speeds they are, backspin's going to be none too very negligible,
Yeah.
even if it is there.
Yeah, because the ball is just dying there. The moment it hits, it just
Yeah, from that yardage with headwind, possibility was there of that to happen or even get more amplified. I guess the pace on the greens didn't compute for that. Well, for all the viewers who've joined us online, we are pretty much in the way of concluding round three's play for the Nissan Presents Chandigarh Open 2024 presented by Chandigarh Golf Club. It's a stroke play format. The prize purse is a whopping 1 CR, and we have seen stellar golf being aired and played from Chandigarh Golf Club. So, moving day is almost all about getting over. We have people bunched up from 17 under par till all the way till even par. But the interesting part is we have some very big guns showcasing how good they are and how well they can play. There is Gaganjeet at 17, Angad at 16, Yashas at 15. So, all in all, what it transpires is tomorrow is going to be a very, very exciting round.
Each birdie, each bogey is going to see a change in the leaderboard. So at least that leaders group, we can see is some kind of a churning there and see what happens.
Yes, that's a very good soft touch chip by Yashas after getting a bit of a flyer from the right hand side of the fairway. Not an easy chip from there, but Yashas has some serious short game skills as he showed us
Yeah,
on his second hole from that rather precarious live. He birdied it comfortably.
that was a wonderful shot from him. Just off the green on the right side. It's really good.
All right, let's see Angad make that one last stroke for the day and make a birdie and make things even more exciting as he could join the leader, which is Gaganjeet Puller at 17 under.
And remember, Bhuller has finished his round.
Yes, Buller has locked in a 17 under.
Yeah.
So all is there is left for Angad is to try and make this and join him over there. He'll still be playing the leader group, but there'll be a very good feeling for him if he can make that.
Yes, he
And
does.
he does. What a
What
brilliant
a
putt from
brilliant
that putt
putt.
out.
A lovely putt that was.
That just showcases how well the players have been playing. Angad gave himself a realistic putt, made it, and that means we have again joint
leader.
leads.
Yeah, we have joint leads. And remember, at one point, Bhuller was 2 shots ahead.
Yes, at one point Angad was 3 shots
Three
ahead,
shots
then
ahead.
Buller caught him, then surpassed him, and for the longest duration, he was there. Now Angad has played some brilliant golf. He's played 6 under par, birdied the last 3 holes to birdie the last 2 holes to catch up with Gaganjeet, and they'll start tomorrow at 17 under par. Oti to make his birdie and clean up his card to keep it level par.
What a day we've had, actually. Overnight leader Angad Chima had enlarged his lead to 3 shots at one point. Then Gaganjeet Bhuller actually came up and he became a joint leader with Angad, and then dropped a shot to give back the lead to Angad by default, and then came up with that brilliant chip and eagle to overtake him, just that 2 shot swing on that one hole, and then enlarged it to one more. That means he was up by two before Angad Chima birdied the last 2 holes and caught up at minus 17 for 54 holes.
Yes, very, very impressive showcasing by all the players. The red figures just highlight and amplify how well they've played. Yashas cleaning up for his par attempt will keep himself secured at 15 under par, which means Yashas will be the part of the leader group again tomorrow.
Yeah.
So from the way it's shaping up, it's going to be Yashas,
Done.
Angachima, and Gaganjeet Bhuller as the leaders for tomorrow. Quick rundown on the top 10 for the day after round three is Gaganjeet leading with tied lead with Angad Chima at 17 under par. Yashas is at 15 under par with the 4 under par round today. Dhruv with the heroics of 8 under par. Some beautiful playing by him is at 14 under par and is fourth. Rahil 13 under par sits pretty fifth. Sixth, tied sixth position is by two players Sunit and Khalin at 12 under par. Eighth is standalone Amardeep Malik with a 4 under par at 11 under par total. And at 10 under par, we find a trio of Abhinav Lohan, Rashid Khan, and Mikhail Ortolani. They all are at 10 under par.